has that advantage that plasma you have people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nano-technology, the nano-material which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid. It's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now you can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. You are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it. You are structuring it. And from today, we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working round the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
You're invited to partake in the creation of humanity's first Universal Community Council on April 21st and 22nd, 2016 in Dubai at the One Planet, One Nation, One Race Conference. World leaders and prominent business persons have been invited to attend. However, representatives of the council will be selected irrespective of language, race, creed, or position in life. The Council will have many responsibilities. It will support the people of humanity and their governments. It will help bring balance across the globe and unite humanity for the benefit of all mankind. It will act as a bridge between humanity and the universal community. The cost of admission to the conference is €750, which includes one seat in the main conference room and 3-night stay in one of Dubai's prestigious hotels, 2 persons per room. Discount airfares are also available. The One Planet, One Nation, One Race Conference. You're invited. We hope to see you there.
Yeah, I can't get to my live stream because of it's full screen here. Just a second. Okay, now I can. Just give me a moment. Just have to find my mixer here. I'm just having a little trouble finding my live stream mixer. Just a second. Here it is. Okay. All right, there we go. Welcome, everyone, to the 108th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. It's April 7th, 2016, and I believe we're ready to hear from Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. He's ready to go in Italy now, I believe. Mr. Keshe, are you ready to go with today's workshop? I'm not hearing Mr. Keshe. Not sure if that's a issue at my end or... Okay. 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 I understand today there'll be something from the...
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, Mr. Keshe. Yes.
Yes, good morning. Good day to you. As usual, whenever you listen to these teachings, as a knowledge seekers, we start changing a lot of things. Maybe I can explain for those who don't understand or don't know. You start seeing a lot of glitches like this when you start our teachings. When I moved to Dubai to start the teachings and the progress of the development of the science of the new space technology in Arab nations, I was told that I have escaped from Italy. So I escaped back into Italy again. And now I received an email from somebody very nicely. Could you tell us the escape plans of the future that we could be with you? Our escape plan is as such. We're escaping to Dubai for the conference. And then hopefully, if the parameters of the legality goes, we escape together to the beautiful nation of China. And then we escape back to Italy again for a while. And then we escape back to Africa to support the African nations. And then we're negotiating on the background to escape to Russia for 2 or 3 months to develop the space technology with the Russian government in the background with the scientists. And then if the American would like, I know a lot of American supporters would like us to go there, we escape to America if this time the new government comes into operation and they allow people of different colors into the nation. Then please note, if you want us to escape to your country and to your continent, announce it publicly that we all escape together. On the other hand, as you've seen, as we move, we change the condition and the positions. So now, today, you saw a lot of glitches with Rick. Rick has escaped to somewhere else. He's not in his usual place after 2 years. It's the first time he's escaped into Alice's house to test the feeding system and the flight system. That's why he's got problem finding his screens. So we all become part of the teaching structure of the world structure of the Keshe Foundation. So we start escaping in different places to teach each other in the background. So in so many ways, we have become more or less all together one structure. I cannot find how to reduce this one. In that way, we do not expect to be in one place anymore, because the number of the what are called new scientists plasmas are increasing. We are moving around to teach more and more, to test the systems, to put things in a position, to be able to, in a way, yeah, just press it down, yeah, more, just there, no, the other one, yeah, that's perfect. So in this process, we start learning from each other and we start sharing knowledge with each other. I'm proud to announce in the coming days, we escaped to the country which I very much love to be with, and I've been there before, and I have a lot of respect for his people because of their ethos of work at the governmental level. We moved to China. We stay in China for maybe 3 to 6 months, because we are not travelers just to go in and say hello and go away. I went to Iran 8 years ago and I stayed for 4.5 months to develop the Iranian Space Agency system. Now, here in Italy, we have set a structure. We have set a manufacturing. We escaped to Italy because of a life threat in Belgium. Now, when we go to China, we go for a full cooperation with the government. We go with a full cooperation with military to develop, to balance the forces of science in agriculture, in energy, in the space. And at the same time, try to bring the new ethos of peace to the people who are mainly peaceful, unless they are triggered to defend themselves. Then, when we come back to Italy, and we go back to Africa, Africa has been part of my life for a very long time. I worked there, I run businesses there, and I know the pitfalls of the nation. The pitfall as one country, as one continent. So when we go to Africa, we expect to stay in Africa between 3 to 6 months to develop everything step by step. To travel from one nation to another, to make sure that the balance of the knowledge is equal amongst the African nations. Then we come back to Italy again, and then in Italy we are strengthening the links between the Keshe Foundation and the structure of the running of this country at the highest level, that we start bringing changes in a positive way in the culture and the industrial revolution of the new science in this country and across Europe. This is how you will see a number of the top level management of the Keshe Foundation will travel around the world. We go to expand the knowledge, we go to expand the technology, and with it, we go to bring a balance between all the nations, which are nations at the moment, to one nation, because then we all have everything together. There is a talk, we are negotiating. We spend quite some time in Russia. I have worked out of Russia, in Kazakhstan, and other parts of Russia for years. I have had offices there. Quite familiar with the structure of the work of the Russian Space Agency. We will endeavor to extend the knowledge, because I know Russian Space Agency is years ahead of NASA, years and years. You cannot even imagine the things I've seen in 1990s in the Russian Space Agency, which at that time in Europe was a dream. We will collaborate in every level with the Russian government, with Russian military, with Russian Space Agency, agriculture, and environmental to change the situation in Russia and the satellite countries of USSR where they used to be. It's been my home for a long time. I worked out of Kazakhstan for a long time, so I'm quite familiar with the work of the structure. We are not going from one country to another. We are going one part of the one nation, literally going from one city to another. For us, countries have become like cities at present time. It's all one country. So we go to teach, we go to bring everybody equal, and we will do carry on teaching on Thursdays and Tuesdays. Doesn't matter wherever we are in the world. You've seen it. Rick has moved from one part of the Canada to another to test, and to feel the new feeding system, which is developed by Ali and that we can share. We go to the place today and we'll share with them what they've learned. We go today to Africa. We'll see what Ghana has brought us. We know Kenya, Keshe Foundation, Kenya Manufacturing has been set up to start running in the coming weeks, where Dr. Gutta has moved back from US to Ghana to see the development. We have come to the point that we need, as one nation, to structure the new way of working. That we are not aligned, or we are not aligned with one part or the other. In that respect, we heard before, past couple of weeks, in respect to the Fukushima and the development and testing which was done by TEPCO in the background, in respect to use of GANS materials in production and in development. Always said, I only go one step further when somebody understands it. In the process of development with TEPCO, their test of the CO2 on mouse, Keshe Foundation Japan took the initiation of testing independently in laboratories, independent laboratories in Japan, in Tokyo, to test the CO2 and its application for health for human being. The test was completed in December, January. We are now in possession of the report from the testing on the mouse and first stage starting of the human trials, which has been successful. For that reason, we initiate our own international clinical trials, which means we are not tied up to European health organizations testing. We are not tied down to FDA, Japan, China, or any other national or nations at the moment. We, as one nation, we put the testing, the trial, the clinical trial in the hand of every citizen of this world. What this means is, up to now, we tried the Magrav system. We tried the feeding of the plants. We tried everything else individually and independently. For the first time, as now we're becoming more or less one planet, we do the international as one nation, as one group, the clinical test and trial for the Keshe Foundation independently, which means we open the trial to every man and woman on this planet. As you know, when you do clinical trial, the pharmaceutical company pays millions to a company to find volunteers, and they make huge amount of money finding volunteers to suss out who's who and what fits the criterion to show perfect results. Doesn't matter what are the side effects. So they can hide things. It's fine-tuned literally to the point to show that the medicine to be tested is perfect. And anything which is abnormal is eliminated in one way or another to be able to pass the certification. We do not do this. We don't spend millions to find people the way to just to project numbers and then hide the data, as we've seen with the immune system, as we've seen with the what you call other products, which FDA has hidden the true results and has caused mayhem in public because somebody in the organization, somewhere in the government, paid money or hid the technology or whatever the damages of it. So what we do, and we start from today, what we call the International Clinical Trial on CO2. We have made certain parameters. At this moment, we have made 3 products. One is for the eye drop. One is for what we call the supplement that you can digest within the structure, is well planned, is tested. And one is the lotion, which you can use for the skin. The clinical test on mouse shows no toxic result, no toxic toxicity. So it means it's safe to be used. I am in the position of the report. So for that reason, now that we see the safety with the material to go to the next step, we launch the total clinical trial internationally by all of us, that we can go to the next step. We warn you, the dosage we use is very minute, but very effective. Do not consume CO2 or whatever in any amounts till collectively we can release the result. That then we can take a step. In the coming days, the Keshe Foundation website will release a contractual agreement for those who want to be the volunteers. You can sign yourself to be a volunteer to test these products internationally across the world. Once we have the data within the next, let's say 90 days, 120 days, and we receive the correct information from all of you, because it's a clinical trial. You report back to us everything you see, everything you observe, the changes. Then the product with a full formula becomes a blueprint available to all the nations simultaneously. So what we are looking for is a broad spectrum of people who want to test a small, minute amount of CO2 in a process that we can control, that we can bring, and then we ask the scientific world to write the paper that we publish on the Keshe Foundation. We do not rely on journals that they can play with it. We've seen what National Geographic, the structure is. They hide what they like. They did the same thing with my black hole paper and became the structure which we know. They control everything. So we will publish the paper on the Keshe Foundation website. The results, what we see, and whatever will come up. So what we've done, we go to run between 1,000 to 2,000 dosage, which is we're looking for up to 2,000 people for each section. One is for the eye drop, one for the lotion, and one for supplement. What you need to do, we have the cost has been put by the Japanese team in a very broad way to carry out the full test, which brings down to around 50 euro per person per dosage or per sample test, plus 10 euro for postage and packaging. But the recommendation by the scientist is the supplement has been taken by when you use the lotion, you get a much better result. And when you use the eye drop, you use the supplement as well. So what we have decided to do is, you can go on the Keshe Foundation today and say, I want to be a volunteer. For the two, it's about 120 euro per set, which is one for the lotion and one for the supplement, or you just want to try the supplement. Let us put out the criterion we are looking for. The diseases or the problems we are looking for are as following. If you have psoriasis, a skin defect, we are looking to test the lotion. If you have a skin cancer, any kind of a skin cancer, we are looking to test the lotion. We are looking to see the results predicted by the scientists that this solution in conjunction with the supplement can change the skin cancer. From the data they have and they've seen operational in TEPCO. Do not forget, the scientist has been involved in TEPCO, in Fukushima nuclear cleanup in conjunction with the Keshe Foundation for over 2 years. So we are relying on a highly qualified person, and he is a lecturer and a professor in the university teaching the subject. So we are not dealing as a random. We're giving this to a qualified man to bring it forward. It will be done under the banner of the Keshe Foundation Japan. It will be done on the banner of the Keshe Foundation Worldwide, KFSSI, which is the Teaching and Learning Institute part of the foundation. The next group we are looking for is people with retinal defects, people with all sorts of eye problems. The test result shows it could be and it can be highly effective. If you have cataract, we would like to test. Do not forget that the material gets rejected from the body, so it doesn't stay in your body. It just releases the energy to bring the change. So we are looking for even the people who have eye degeneration. We are looking to bring those into line. When you fill in the application form that you submit to be a volunteer for the process, you have to state to us what is the problem. That when they do the results at the end, we can categorize in what section. If you have a specific eye problem which we never consider, submit your application. In this process, we see how effectively the results will be. We do, if we see a rapid change and a perfect result, we report immediately. What this means, if you remember, United Nations has done this before. A 5-year trial in Africa, due to its success, was terminated after 6 months and pronounced to be effective. When they tested if circumcision can reduce the transmission of the HIV from one to another. And it was so effective, correct, that it was implemented as part of the United Nations Organization for Health for Africa. We do the same. If you have a skin cancer, if you have a skin deformation in any shape or form, and by using the system, the tool, lotion, and what you call supplement, you have to report back to us very rapidly that we can help the others as soon as possible. As I said, the whole structure will be released as a blueprint. We did all the tests like the Magrav system and others in the background, and when we were ready, we released it. This time, for the first time, we do this collectively as one race. Then we go for the next step. The next step goes for the use of the supplement. Supplement on its own, we are launching 5,000 units of. Why we are doing this? We are looking for a spectrum of changes. In a country like Japan, in other countries, Russian satellite nations, where there has been huge exposure, even in the west coast of the United States, in the west coast of Canada, you've been exposed to a huge amount of radiation from Fukushima or Chernobyl, we would like you to see if you can participate, that if you have digested or any nuclear material or any kind of radiation has entered your body, due to the report which we have from TEPCO, the results which has been hidden by TEPCO, we think this material can be useful to clean up the body, to see how we can get rid of the radiation which has gone into the body of the man. I have been in touch with the Iranian officials in the health section of the nuclear to test this in Iran for nuclear workers. If you are working in radiology, please, I know how much radiation your body has absorbed and deformations which is created due to radiation when you work in X-ray labs and the others. If you want, you volunteer, we would like to test. But there is a twist in this supplement. From what we understand, from the knowledge we have today, we would like to test a very critical position. Our test goes for two things. People who have pancreas cancer or stomach cancer or intestine cancer, we would like to have you as volunteers if you do not see a solution that maybe the results can enlighten us to give us more information to help the others in the coming time. We are looking for volunteers in that section. We are looking for volunteers for those who have been using chemotherapy. We would like to see, by use of this material, we can take the harmful part of chemo out of the blood, out of the digestion system. Let chemo do its job, and let the new technology work hand in hand with chemotherapy to take the side effects out of the circulation. So if you are using chemo and you've gone to the stage and you like to see if the technology can be beneficial in reducing the side effects of chemo, we are interested to hear from you too. There is one more point. That is, you have all the time in your life used every product, putting animals into suffering. You put other men who put their life to earn something that they could allow their children to live, and many of them have paid with their life for clinical trials, for unknown chemicals and their side effects. This material, as far as we can see, and the data shows, has no side effect because it does not release any toxins, but it balances the energy of the body. So maybe in a way or two, we can put back in what we've taken from the society, at the same time improving our lifestyle. So, in fact, if you look at it, we allow 10,000 cases to run within next month across the world. And this is a huge data to collect. The process is for all of us to learn. Then, once the result is in, we go to the next step for different application and usage of this material in a safe way and transparent. No data will be hidden. Whatever comes in, we take the name out that nobody can follow, that the scientists can look continuously on the daily basis, their testimonial, section by section. So if the pharmaceutical people are looking at the results of the chemo, they can go on a daily basis as the report comes in. It will be the most transparent test of change of the health in the human history, which means we are not working against no one, we're working collectively together to change the position. We welcome the pharmaceuticals to join us. We welcome the institutes who research into different side effects of chemotherapy or cancer to join us. We are not enemies of each other. We are working to find a solution for humanity. And we know a lot of you in the background working in the pharmaceutical section, you work in the health section. If you want, as a doctor, to use the technology to test on your patients, fill in the application for your patient, ask the patient if they want to volunteer, and submit yourself as a doctor supervising. We welcome you highly. So we are calling on the experts, and we're calling on the industry, and we're calling on the Keshe Foundation supporters worldwide to join to change. If you are and have a cancer in Africa, FDA doesn't count. And when you die, FDA doesn't do anything. We've seen this. If you are in Europe and you suffer from the skin cancer and there is no solution, European health regulation does not apply for your health. Once you are in a coffin, you are done. You cannot add to anything more to the knowledge of the man. I've been in this situation with both cancer and the skin problem. So I volunteer myself into the test directly because I received a high dosage of radiation during the test of the spaceship test program in Iran 8 years ago. I still have the side effects of it. So in a way, I've become one of the volunteers myself to see to what extent we can change the situation. Because now it's us as one race, as one planet, and it's us who have to develop the structure that we can help each other and ourselves in changing the situation, which is the pattern of the control and the damages which has been brought in. So we start from today. If you want to just go in and do it straight away, go there on the Keshe Foundation. Go till we set up the system up in the next few days with all the pictures and everything else which goes with it, with all the documents which is getting prepared in the background. It should be ready next day or two. Go to the section, put for clinical trial. Clinical trial.keshefoundation.org. Go to the page and go through the forms. Fill in the forms and submit your application. Yes.
That's not the correct address. It will be in the web shop of the keshefoundation.org site.
Are there?
I said it'll be in the web shop of the keshefoundation.org site.
Okay, you can do that as well. But we want to bring the health section clinical trials. This is when you want to order the material for where to send the material and everything else. But we open a clinical section, clinical trial section on the Keshe Foundation because now we have and we are going into the test of other systems of the Keshe Foundation. So the clinical trial stays for report. When you put your testimonial in, when you want to know more, you go to the Keshe Foundation shop in the store to order the material with the address where you want it to be delivered, or you can make a donation as a Keshe Foundation donation. This is donation I want to make, but I would like to be volunteer too. We accept. The process is, once we complete this, in the coming weeks, we will bring the use of the plasma technology on the same basis, where the systems you've seen been shown in Taiwan, in Austria, or being developed in Philippines. These, we start building the health centers that you can go in for specific problems and the conditions that become, again, you become part of the clinical trial for the whole lot. In Dubai, hopefully, we will show a new structure built for the application of the body plasma unit. It's been built in US, is getting computerized, fully controlled, and will be shipped to Dubai, hopefully that we can get it in for the presentation. It's very much is built by a man who's been in the medical industry for a long time, and he has donated his work to build the system to the foundation, and it's in a way it's like a MRI stand-up vertical for the whole body scan. Hopefully, if arrives and should be there by the time we start the Dubai conference, we will show this system for the first time. It's a literally industrialized. It's done by one of the followers of the Keshe Foundation in the United States. So it's an American system by a man, how he knows to build these things, and he's done it for 25 years. And he has donated the system technology to the foundation. So for the first time, we show you a full medical operating system in progress. The system will stay in Dubai, will go to the part of the section we have set up with Dr. Paris in Dubai for development and testing of the units in Middle East. In its success, we will place orders with US for delivery of this system to the other places in the hospitals. The gentleman knows how to get the certification done correctly and according to the US technology and certification, and then we launch this as a new product worldwide and different versions of it. It is built for hospital use. It's built for commercialization to be used in highly advanced stages, and will be part of the Keshe Foundation products on sale. This is how we develop the technology together, and unknowingly scientists, engineers, specialists, and others who become a specialist in plasma technology are delivering their technology, their life work freely to humanity. And they understand that once is in our hand and we test through it, it becomes a blueprint for the rest to manufacture or to produce. This is how we work. This is how the technology will be developed by all of us for benefit of all of us. Because we don't see any difference in each other's path of belief. We don't see any difference in the color of the skin, and the language is the only thing which separates us, but our soul speaks the same word. So we rely on understanding of the true man, that we are all peaceful creatures, and we do not need to invest to destroy, we need to invest to save. And this is how we start from today. So if you want, if you suffer from any of the diseases, maybe we do not know, and you think, I would like to be tested for any of the things which you think the lotion can help you, you think the supplement can help you, or you think it can change the characteristics of your eye. We chose the eye for a specific reason. We'll explain it later on in the process. Because the eye drop will carry a lot of changes in the structure of the emotion of the man too. We would like to understand your emotion when you use the eye drop. Does it make you to see into the light of humanity in a different way as you receive the energy of the balance and peace? This is important for us. We are not looking in any of these trials that how you physically change. We are looking in how you physically change and how does the change affect your emotion. I'll explain to you, those of you who live with a disease like a cancer. The first time they tell you you have a cancer, a lot of things goes through your head. What about my loved ones? What am I leaving behind? What's going to happen to them? Then you go through the process of chemotherapy. You go through the process of finding how to save yourself. And in that process, you analyze your life. And then you come usually to one conclusion. What's going to happen now? What about if? Can we change the position that in knowing that there is a new opportunity to change the situation, do we need to think of the if? Because the first thing you hear about the cancer, you think about KFSSI, think about the Keshe Foundation product. Let's try it. I've never rejected chemotherapy, because if you sit in my place, you understand the work of it, but we see the damage of it because of its side effect. If you take the side effect away, which we think the new supplement can do, you will find out you let the chemo to evolve the cancer to normal, do not create the condition for it to come back, and you remove the side effect. This is what we're looking for. This is what we're looking for, the change to be a permanent change, not to come back as a secondary cancer. We will monitor you for 10 years. It's not something that will be done tomorrow. It's not just leaving data. We want to see how it affects you physically and how the change of emotion will affect you emotionally in your behavior, in your life. What has matured you with the change of knowing there's an end and now there is no end to the cancer? We are looking to understand both physical and psychological changes. We are looking to understand more about the behavior of a man when he knows he's free. Because these diseases which we are going for is life-threatening and are shackled into the space of man's internal emotion. So we are looking to see how both change at the same time. Does it change you knowing now you don't have a cancer, a better person, more understanding, more peaceful, that once you have tested, it's like playing with a fire, you know it's no good to play with it. Do you become more peaceful? Do you become more interactive in creating peace? One of the things which I would like to add at the end of this trial is we are looking for American soldiers. We are looking for American soldiers who got damaged by all sorts of chemicals and returned back to their nation emotionally or mentally changed. We have a large number of American soldiers who have been affected by this situation in Iraq, in Middle East, in Afghanistan, and they go back, and we've seen many of them committing suicide. We call upon American soldiers as brothers to volunteer. We think through the change of the digestion system, through your emotion, through the supplements, will change the condition of the mentality of the soldier. It brings a sick man to be a perfect man. It brings a father out of the bed of sickness to be a father, to be active with his children. We have very close connection with Veterans Today of American Army magazine and publication. We call upon the publishers and the directors of Veterans Today to promote these for the American soldiers to come on board, that we can test, that we can change the condition of the same as what we do for the Japanese with the radiation, we can do for our American brothers in changing their lives. So As I said this morning, before I come to somebody, 10,000 volunteers will not be enough because we've done so much damage to ourselves that we don't even know how much we need to know more about what we've done wrong to ourselves. Those of you who consider yourself being affected by AIDS, our report shows this could be effective. We are looking for AIDS, people who suffer from HIV, to volunteer. This is specifically stated in the report, scientific report for this trial. If you have any kind of hepatitis B, hepatitis C, if you have any kind of diseases or viruses which you carry or is inherent in your bloodline, we would like to know too. So the spectrum is very big, but it's you who have to volunteer to see if we can change. You have to understand it's not you, it's us, and in safeguarding the changes, we can bring changes. We take this knowledge with us in a deeper way to China when we go to China to develop, to see how we can change a lot of positions in the health and in conjunction with the Chinese traditional medicine, which we have highly respect for, and is very much parallel with the work of the Keshe Foundation in gravitational, magnetical, in yin and yang. We think should be a huge development. We know the Chinese have achieved a lot in the health because it's the reality of the field forces, which in theory they always worked on. Now they have a tool to deliver it. So if you suffer from any of the diseases, skin, cancer, chemotherapy, HIV, eye diseases, you can go and volunteer today. You can make the, what you call it, go on the donation till we do it, and then they send you the application form. Till the application form is not received, we are not what you call proceeding even with your donation, because we have to have a reference point. I know for a fact, we have discussed this with our people in Japan this morning and other legal group. Pharmaceuticals will put names in to check for themselves. Please announce you're a pharmaceutical. We can work closely with you. Do not come through the back door. The door is open. The hand of cooperation is on the table. Let's do it together. If you need more data, if you can help us to analyze the data in a different way, that in the upcoming, you become the producers of the material, not the Keshe Foundations, you still become part of the Keshe Foundation manufacturing. So there's no competition. It's a new solution, a new way of cooperation, a new way of unifying the humanity. So we go back to the point, lotion, the supplement, and eye drop. If you see this can help you or someone you know, or you're a part of an organization, you can use it to assess the development, and everything will go on the testimonial open as it comes. We put a team in to enter all the testimonials. You can do it yourself, or we do it for you. Language should be no barrier, and teaching should be no barrier. How to teach, how to use, and how to consult. On the other hand, going to the next subject is that we've been told and we have seen the organization in the background that from last week, if I'm correct, will transcribe all the workshops. And according to them, within 24 hours, 48 hours from transcription, you can read the text and the teachings in 80 languages, which means automatically all the teachings are not limited to the English language, or if you can translate. If I'm correct, the first one in the 107 or 106 workshop has been done, and we will see the next step. So from now on, we're carrying the team which has done this voluntarily for the foundation, and we thank you for it. You can listen to all the teachings in your mother language, or you can read it in your mother language. As you know, we explained in the teaching yesterday, in the private teaching, that in China, the books, the 3 books, are read on the radio channel, and people can listen to the teaching. They do not need to read English. It's translated directly into Chinese, and people are taught on the internet radio station base that they can learn about the technology directly on a direct basis. So this technology is taking its own evolution of sharing the knowledge. We come to the next point. What is the next point for us is, if you go back into the health teaching, as you know, we showed this private to you, but for the first time we can show it in public. These are the pens which is now commercialized and is in public. That these are the pens produced by Keshe Foundation with a CE certification that you can use for, or you can order from the website. It carries the CE certification. We have all the documents for it, and it's proven to work as it says. So what you've been waiting for, the pen is now in the market. You can order it, or you develop your own versions. Everything we do will carry the same kind of packaging. The blue packaging, which is the sign of the Earth, and the color of this planet. That's why we chose the color. The pen is available, shipment more or less immediate within 7 days. We are holding 20,000 in stock at any time. The other point which you've been looking for is the Keshe Foundation new paint plant, which is manufactured in Italy to the European Standard Health Authorities. It has a health certificate on it. And you know you received the right thing because we have the seals. The Keshe Foundation seals has been put on. It tells you on the back what it's good for. It carries CE certification. And in a way, what you see, it's what it comes out to, and all carries all the documents and the usage of it. And this is the new paint pad, which is in the market. Even the cloth, as I explained before, has got health certification that we are within the regulations of EU. In the coming weeks, we launched 20 new products from the Keshe Foundation manufacturing in Italy. These products are made to bring changes and will be kept. So what you receive, what we call the power units, will carry the same boxes. Wherever you see this brand from now on, it means a brand you can trust. The material in it is tested and mainly tested by the Keshe Foundation people around the world. Somebody said, Mr. Keshe takes people's ideas and run with it. Yes, we do, because it's not Mr. Keshe, it's a Keshe Foundation worldwide. It's you who brings the technology. We thought the basis of it, you develop it, and together we share it. And the benefit of it goes to humanity. So, in so many ways, those who claim that we escape and then claim we steal ideas, we don't escape. We go from one city to another like nomads to share the knowledge of humanity, and then we share the product of the man's work with all the humanity. So, in so many ways, we have now the proof in a number of cases of the power units, which false claims was made deliberately to discredit. Now we see the units work. People are putting their testimonials up. We will send a request to all the people who bought the power units in a month or two for their feedback. What the reduction they received, what was the possibilities, and what we can change and improve, and what needs to be done. The power units have been reduced to a very simple buy and plug, which means you don't need to put it through the conditioning. What this means is that before you had to spend days and change parameters. With a new structure, what they call the second generation by the Italians, is buy and plug in. Immediately you can put in use. Do not think, we all told you and we keep on telling you, do not put more than 500 watts into the new units. You don't need to go crazy with it. Tested with 1.8 kilowatts on the rest. 500 watt system to plug into will allow you to slowly do the work. You will see the drops in your bill every month gradually, and what we receive from China report 80% reduction because they started in a different way and they have seen 80% reduction. This morning we received the data from the school in Abu Dhabi that from 570 kilowatt per day, now the average reading is around about 450, which is more or less 20% in 2 months in the school, which is huge. It's like a polytechnic. And the only 2 units are working in the school. It is 40,000 square meter school. It's huge. I've been there. So in that respect, the units are working, and in the coming week, we go into the structure of placing the power units in 2 major hotels in Emirates, which means now we go for a commercial testing. The biggest problem in Emirates is cost of electricity and the cost of building new power stations to meet the demand of such a beautiful nation in power to be able to catch up and to deliver the promises of their leaders. So when we put these units into Emirates, it's not that the country, the saving is in the pocket of the hotel owners or the school or private. It's in the pocket of the nation, as I explained in the teachings. When you don't build, when you don't have to build new power stations, and you can change the use to the home use with the new what we call hybrid home power unit, because it is a hybrid. You use the electricity, and then you have, like your car, which you have a gas and electric, you have a plasma and electron vibration. So these are the new house home hybrids which we brought in. This allows a nation not to go under the burden of debts to build up new power stations, because now every single man in the house becomes contributor to development of the nation by not spending and going on the burden of the huge borrowing and the interest and all the environmental damages which comes with it. So in that respect, we see changes to come. We are talking at the government level to a number of nations that how we're going to develop this technology and commercialization of it without creating Japan or China become the major supplier, that the materials can be produced locally, create job locally, and the development of technology becomes national pride as one nation. We do not support that we can make cheaper units in China to take over the whole of the structure. We work with China for Chinese, and like the way in Italy, we work with the Italians for Italian market to create jobs in Italy. We are doing the same. 4 or 5 companies has been set up, signed in US. In other countries, in South Africa, is about to come online. So we are working in a way that the new power units, which a lot of people made a lot of false accusations because they were paid to do so. You have to understand, What happened with the Magrav system was there were people who were paid to create mayhem, to create doubts that they could serve their nations, what they call destructive forces. So now that the results are out, now that we were patient and correct, because the only way we could do was to wait for the electricity bills to come in. Now that the electricity bills are coming in, you can't deny it. We've seen a woman, seen a man, 37%, 28% reduction. Now we're running a test with Giovanni in his house where he has solar cells, and we have put a unit to see how the power plays with the solar cell and the national grid at the same time. Results are interesting. The first night we saw when there was nighttime and there was no solar cell, we saw 20%, 25% reduction in the first. This is the new generation of the power supplies. We saw 25. And then when the daytime came in and the solar cells kicked in, now the system is nano-coating the solar cells. What we said, if you bought the system and you have a solar system, do not look at what the reduction you get on your meter. You have to look in additional benefit. Look at the power supply you have put into the grid. If, for example, you put 10 kilowatt last month, and since you put the new solar, what do you call it, the new power Magrav unit in, now you're putting 12 kilowatts, it's not that you only reduced your power consumption from the grid, you have made a larger income by 2 kilowatts to put into the public grid. So the benefit is both ways. This is what changes, am I correct? About 8 to 10, 12%. So now we wait in the next month to see how much power more the solar cells are putting back into the grid now that they're getting nano-coated with the plasma. So we are learning. This was the initiative from Giovanni, and it's the first time we've seen a combined. No, now in the house we have a hybrid of 3 systems: the solar cell, national grid, and Magrav power working together. We got to see what the bottom line brings, what benefit it brings to the household, what benefit brings it to the nation, and what benefit brings in extending the energy supply, that in supplying more to the grid, you need to use less power stations. This is the process we are going, and we will develop in that direction. The other point, as I showed you and we discussed before, going into the teachings was, I promised you I'll bring you the system to show you how you can create and have a system which has been developed by the foundation. I have used this for nearly 7 years. If you remember, I explained to you that I have developed a system where when you put it on the arm, automatically develop this for a cancer patient, for a breast cancer. Within 2 hours from attaching the system to upper arm shoulder on the left side where the cancer was, we saw pieces of cancer to drop off. Caroline, do you know where the bucket is? With all the breast pieces on it. Is it in the lab? It's in the lab downstairs. In the back room. Can you check? It's a bucket. You know the bucket. If you can check, we can show you the pieces of the breast cancer which is swollen up with the system. Just have a look. It's in that round white bucket. We carry it. What this technology does, what the system looks like, this is the system. We showed this in the teaching yesterday. This is the apparatus. These are the diversions and the systems which will train and will teach to develop for specific diseases. This is what it is. Somebody said it looks like a pilot handle. it looks like a bicycle handle, whatever you want to do it. At least it rises the disease out of the body of the man. However you look at it. It took me months to develop this. And even when I touch it now, I feel it forces. When you touch it, you feel its power. What it does, when you place it on your arm, literally what it does, it creates a specific condition where this is the shape. I better use a different color. This is the shape of the system. You have system built. Here is this shape. You have system built here, and you have a system here. This is how it looks. And a system built here. If you look at this, as I explained in the teaching yesterday, this is not as you think. Look what it does. Very interesting. If you can feel it, you see it has a field. You can feel the field. These are some of the most, what I call, powerful systems we know. This is, do you have anything metallic with you? Very soft metal. A metal pen, if you have. That's, you see, this is the strange thing with it. If you look at it, do you have a metal, complete metal? Give me one of your pens. Give me your pens. These are usually cheap plastic metal on it. The process is very simple. If you look, these are metal pens I try to use. And you see, it is not, in so many ways, being one of the most powerful magnets to hold the plasma, the effect of the magnet matter state becomes irrelevant. I cannot, you see some of its effect, but it cannot even hold on to it. You see it here? This is a magnet. Very, very. These are some of the most powerful magnets in matter state I could purchase. Yeah. If you look, you see now the magnet there. This, it rejects itself. Here, the same. You see, usually when you have a magnet, you should have an attachment, especially such a powerful magnet. These are like 7 centimeter, 6 centimeter diameter magnets, which if 2 of them touches your finger, it crushes the bone to pieces. I know a friend of mine who literally broke the tip of his finger with this. So, and you see the weakest, the strongest cannot even hold on to it. Why? Because by the development of new understanding of the plasma, I better give my wallet to my wife before I lose everything, because he wipes everything out. Yeah. You better don't carry anything, because nothing will be left in it. So what happens, you don't create by placing a GANS structure as a plasma in the building. You're not dealing with the matter state. The plasma state is more powerful than the matter state, and that's what you see. That's why the magnet, even being on it, does not work. Because you see on the side, which is a neutral, you get it. But in these places, even though the most powerful magnets are used, you see just here, slightly on the edge, there is a magnet. But here in the center, the field forces created by the GANS material inside is more powerful than the matter state. I know it's there. In the basement, we can't find it. We try to show you the breast pieces which has come from this system when I find it, because we moved so much. We have everything in 3 or 4 places. So here, you feel the field forces, the plasma in the middle. The magnet does not operate. The field forces of the plasma, if you look at it this way, here, can you adjust the camera to come in zoom that it can be shown? So what it does, your field forces here, when you place the GANSes on, is somewhere here. Somewhere here, you'll see. Very interesting. Have a look. Very, very interesting. You see the field forces. I've never seen this before. Let's try it. Then you understand the power of this thing. Let's wipe this out. I put a pen here and I draw a circle. And look now. No problem. Have a look where I'm moving that way. Have a look. The pen stops writing. This is how powerful the field forces are. Nearly 10 centimeters. Let's go and learn. This is how plasma works. We use the matter state to change the plasmatic state. This is understanding the totality of the knowledge. But this system does not work on a matter condition. This works on the emotion. This system, as I explained in the private teaching yesterday when we showed this, is that the system, is it focused to the front? You can see. The system creates a field forces that are plasmatic and out of the control of the matter state of the environment. They are so powerful that they override matter state, as you've seen with the pen. So when you build the system, the cause of the cancer is emotional. You feed the emotional part of the body of the man, not the physicality. And in that case, for what the emotion receives, and he finds with his own balance that he is prepared to negotiate or release part of it. I can show you this breast cancer. We have pictures of it. It's in my briefcase. I can put it on and show you how it looks and how it looked. A breast cancer, when a woman decides not to do anything, it'll go away and it'll go away, and at the end it doesn't go away, but now it grows outward, out of the breast. Usual breast of a woman, let's say it looks like this. When you have a breast cancer and you ignore it, the original shape changes slightly. You get mushrooms growing. Usually it starts from the tip of the nipple. Then, every time we put the system on, within 2 hours, the body, according to its emotional level, decided which piece it does not want to have, which piece it would like to reject, that its emotional balance in the brain can accept. Because now this is the first time we show an emotional unit, medical emotional unit, health emotional unit, which means This system, even though it looks to be physically attached, in its space is in touch and control with your emotion. It takes emotion about 2 hours to release this information for the physicality to carry itself when it's externally dictated or positioned. So what this means is it takes 2 hours for this energy to communicate with this, that this decides with the emotion of who likes to go, I feel good, and the pieces just falls out. We have jars of these pieces of the breast. It's kept for us, and the tumor we have here, 3/4 is with us, and 1/4 is with the hospital frozen for future development, as inside has become totally black, and they could not understand how is this possible. So, for the first time, you can see the power of plasma, the power, strength, which the matter state creates to become emotional state. This is how the plasma in the, what we call supplements will work, but in a minute than such a powerful system as this, but still the power is about the same. So, as you've seen, very easily, you deliver the energy in respect to what the body would like to take, emotionally carry to the emotion, and back into the change of GANS state. Do not forget, your body is in a GANS state. It's not in the matter state. Now, you've seen this, as I said in the teaching yesterday, if you remember, getting targeted with microwaves. We're going to block for 2 minutes and we come back. Just I'm going to switch off for a minute and I come back. Hello, they use our system to attack us through the microwave system. We know the technology. So the minute you switch off, it balances up. So what do? You translate, as I said, in the Magrav systems. If you looked at the Magrav systems, where in the ambassadorial meeting we showed with power with the plugs, in the power unit where we showed the American drill at 110 and the European of 220 were plugged on the same system and they were working, is the principle in what you would like to use as a system. And it gives you what you need from what you have. So this is a source, you decide what you take from it. It's the same here. The emotion decides what it takes, and in that respect, that emotion balance allows so much because the body still hasn't sorted out the emotion, which was the cause of the cancer to start with. The problem we had with this case is that when you lose such a big chunk of piece of body, this is a flesh, this is not just the hard skin, it's a live entity. Some of them are 10-15 gram in size pieces. Separation, body letting go of what it doesn't need. It cannot, we have not found a way to send the information for the healing process that the wound can seal off immediately. that the blood circulation can seal itself, and when you lose these kind of pieces, it's literally the size of a finger, just falls off. When you cut your finger, you lose a lot of blood. So every time we had this, there was a lot of loss of blood because the body was rejecting it. So there was a need for blood transfusion by the hospital. It was done with the cooperation of the hospital. They could see what was going on. And so this is what we've seen. We can dictate from the energy into the matter state with the use of the GANS, into the plasmatic state, that the plasmatic state through the neurosystem can decide what it does not need. This is important development for you to understand. This is something we know for 5, 6 years, 7 years since the split system has been built. It's been tested on 2 further occasions and is proven to be correct. What does this mean? If we can use this technology for people, let's say, with the ILS. Let's say we can use this technology in conjunction with MS. Because it's the operation of the emotion which decides the paralysis of the physicality, be it the leg, the arm, or anything else. So if we can energize the emotion, that the emotion decides to convert and change the position of the paralysis to use, the brain can do. The secret is different. All you need to do, you have to make the reverse of this structure. Here, you allow the body to decide. The reverse of the structure enforces if you change, I support, and then you find a man in a wheelchair walks. This is how we done before. This is how we brought the coma patient out back to life. This is how you do. You do not anymore in the world of health go and physically interact. You allow the body to find its own balance in the emotion that can feed the physicality. You can even interfere in the physical damages, which means there is an amputation. You can allow, if the body needs to grow the leg because it has to have the leg, because without the leg it cannot work and the family suffers with it or whatever, you can use this system. You can use the nano-coating and you can speed up the growth of the leg in the speed of lightning. Because the demand for the change, the brain does not have that energy to replace so quick. You speed up by giving it what is short of. It's very much when you get pregnant, you go to the doctor, as we said, the doctor says, congratulations, you're pregnant, this is your folic acid. To support the changes. The energy, because folic acid is radioactive, releases huge amount of energy. Now we have in the hand of the man the possibility to speed up the growth of the organs, reduce or remove using the new understanding. Because from now on, we don't interact physically to go and change. We allow the emotion, which is much stronger than physicality, as you saw with a pen, to dictate the change. So you can start speeding the amputation growth if the emotion, the feeling, and the soul for the loss is needed to justify the existence. So for the first time, we see an emotional unit, which its operation can affect the physicality because we've seen it, we have it, and you can observe it. The new approach in the health application is totally different than what we are accustomed for centuries. Because now we go into the essence of the creation as we understand. The power of the emotion is stronger than the power of the physical condition of the plasma in a gas state. So we can change. This is a major breakthrough. And in so many ways, when we offer the GANSes in the tablet or in the lotion, we do not go to touch the physical part of the body in a gas state. We go to support the emotion to create the new condition. When you put a concentration of the GANS, which is emotionally controlled, you satisfy, if the cancer is on the skin, the emotion which caused that cancer. And in supporting the emotion, the physicality changes. It's not that it's magic anymore. It's understanding the totality of the knowledge of the health of the man. As in space, we have to understand the changes, not to find a cure. If we understand the process, we can change the condition. This is important because from now on, you will see miracles. Man in a wheelchair will walk because we can change, because we've done it before. I can show you a number of people who've been in a wheelchair and they stand and they walk. Using this understanding, using this technology of handling the emotion than handling the physicality. As you've seen, the magnets, I can show you the size of some of these magnets, which is used to support the GANS in a specific condition. Caroline, can you go downstairs in the back room where the magnet box is? Bring me one of these big circle magnets, please. The big ones. Be careful with your finger. Only one, don't carry two. You know. No, it's stuck to a frame box. Take it from the frame, but be careful. The solid and the donut, keep it in two separate hands, don't mix them. Bring one of the ring ones and one of the big circle flat one. Yeah, and one that's big circles, but keep it separate, your hand, don't damage yourself. So you understand the new approach in health. That's why we stay cautious. That's why we want for the world of science to interact with us, the world of medicine to see a new way to overcome the diseases which we had no solution for. It's very simple. When I show you the size of the magnets which are used in this, and you see it, I mean, such a heavy magnet, there is no physical attachment. No physical attachment. Then you understand the creation of the power of the plasma with a minute amount of GANS has changed the parameter. You hold with a magnet the position of the GANS. If you go back to the opening teaching tape which we put on, we explained to you we have developed a technology which the matter state of the energy with the nano and the GANS are of the same parameters, of the same strength, that one can hold the other for the other to enforce its power. I give a warning to military people. You've been amazed how we can capture the most powerful planes, the spy planes in the world. My friends, you have seen the miniature version. Satellites, controlling systems is magnetic. We put it on, you do not see your craft. It's blind to you. Welcome to the new knowledge of space. You're there, you're not there. That's how we captured the most advanced American plane by the Iranian Air Force. The technology of the plasma is so powerful that it makes the present tools of war obsolete. American officials on the table in Brussels, as I said before, asked me, can you tell us how you captured our more advanced plane? My friends, American military, the Russian and the Chinese, we are all the same. This is the beauty of the technology. I explained to you before, we will bring peace through the advancement of technology, not by the fear of it, but by the power of it. 1 second, you're there. Don't forget, here we have a matter state. In the space technology, blocking of the frequency, we have dynamic plasma reactors. A gas, nuclear-based, supported by the Iranian government, research and development, while I was in Iran. Now you see most advanced plane in the world. 1 minute there. Let me give you a very good view of it. 1 minute there. On flight, as it's going, now disappears. Radars cannot see. There, thank you very much. I love you. This is the size of the magnet. And the others are bigger than this. This is so powerful magnet that I show you the power of it. And in that structure, in the matter state, is no magnetic. This magnet has a balance of amino acids. It took me years to develop this. So it does, and it does exactly what it says it does. So what you've seen, I give you an insight. I've been asked to be very careful in what I say by the world leaders, not to disturb the balance of the political situation at the moment between 3 or 4 major world powers. But now you're all in the same boat. My Chinese military friends, my American military army, our best friends in Russia, at the highest level in Kremlin, the most advanced aircrafts, whatever you call it, with this new technology, the plasma is invisible. I can do whatever I like in there because now you're at the strength control of the system. Are we spending more money in developing military equipments which are useless? Or are we going to spend the newfound technology for the peace of the man? We work, we have to, and it's part of it to work with the military to show the forces of military can be used for peaceful application than anything else. And I said, I'll start influencing the condition of military forces into peace forces. And this is where we come from. It has shown what we call military application of the technology to be so powerful that it will shock the military people. Now, for the first time, I put it on the table. You got to understand, this is the force of the plasma in a minute structure. The field forces are so strong that, as I said, you exist, and now you disappear. And all the dots you see in the background is from my hand. You see, this range is mine. I can do whatever I like in this environment. And you see the size. I dictate the shape. Our colleagues, our friends in the American Veteran News, share the knowledge with your people. Our supporters and one of our colleagues in the Keshe Foundation in the United States, Colonel James Hankey, you were at the opening of the Keshe Foundation Institute and you gave the opening speech. Carry the message to the White House. There is no choice but peace, because there is no use for the most advanced technologies in the space. Once you understand the hardware is meaningless. We have opportunity to change the course, and we have opportunity to change the course for the betterment of the man without the use of war and the guns. If, and I can show you this because we have tested, create a field which will cover a military zone, no bullet will fire. Because we can replicate what we call forces which create the firing of a bullet. If you can block such a field force with such a little thing, no bullet will fire anywhere in Syria. The knowledge is ours. The knowledge is in the hand of the Keshe Foundation supporters. It's not mine anymore. We become a force that we can change the course of humanity for application of the peace. Now, let's play the game. Now, let's see how our knowledge can become the tool of peace. You've seen the vast field which a small system can collect. Now you understand how the Russians managed to cripple the most advanced American naval field force. Creation of the triangle. 2 planes in the space and 1 submarine created the same as the system you just seen. Technology has been passed on by the Iranian governments to the Russian plasma technologists, and they have applied it twice. That's how the most advanced American naval system had to be pulled back into the Iranian port because it's part of there is no communication. That's why 27 top officers of the boat coming off it, they handed over the resignation as our government cannot protect us. They could see, they have everything, but there is no communication. Now, as I said, we put the hand of peace to all the nations to stop the production of the tools of war, the most advanced rockets. We can allow it to literally explode in its launch pad. If it's good for the enemy, it's good for you too. This is the change of game. But I did not negotiate in the background one by one. I put it in this teaching on all the nations. Come on, table of peace, and let's change the military equipment to the peace equipment, the way it was done by the change of USSR to some 13, 14 nations of Russian satellite countries. We did the same in that process. We changed the factories which were producing tanks to produce pianos. The music was so beautiful. I can give you the pictures of the pianos. But still, one is in my house. Made from the cardboard of military rockets to become the boxes of the piano to make the beautiful music. We offer you the same for the second time. President Obama, your term as the president will be remembered if you push the button of peace by action in allowing the Keshe Foundation manufacturers in the US to go into mass production, support it, finance it. My hand goes to the leaders of China. President Xi, we respect you. And my silence tells the rest. No advanced aircraft, nuclear warhead can be used from today on. Because if you manage to produce the elusive rotating reactors or the elusive coils, now you've seen his power. Position them in the right place, you can cover hundreds of kilometers. Let me explain to you how the Russians blocked the Americans. You had, read the reports, two Russian flights bypassing the second one over an American boat. You dictate the position of the lock and you are in the Bermuda Triangle of the plasma technology. That's how simple it is. But it's you on board who decides the strength, because once you created the field forces, law of magnet says, like a child to the mother to a child, you never lose your connection. The connection is set up. The small reactors operational in every angle. Read the reports of disabling one of the most advanced systems in American naval history by two planes crossing over. Now, what is the next? How can we enforce peace through new technology? By using and showing its peaceful application. By bringing the nations of the present time to invest together into the spaceship program that allows all the humanity to benefit by it. We have no choice. There is no choice, because as of today, the most advanced American planes, any of you have a new, what you call a reactor, and you can hang it on a balloon, you can stop. What do they call them, the most advanced ones? Yes? I don't tell you what it is. President Obama called it to the Iranian government, can we have our toy back? That's how we made the most advanced spy planes a toy. And he's correct. He realized the power which is delivered, that the armies have no more power. We have made out of these what you call most advanced planes a toy for a president. Why not a toy for the rest of the nations of the world? So my hand goes to world leaders. Your Excellency President Xi, Your Excellency President Obama, Your Excellency President Putin, let us meet at Keshe Foundation. We enforce the peace, or we agree not to lose jobs. That's how we can change the course of humanity. I wonder how many more Arab nations are prepared to buy most advanced spy planes from now on. I wonder, now that they know they have become a toy who would like to buy a toy to commit their nations to financial burden for 30 years. It's a very expensive toy, as the president called it. These spy planes cost millions. You have to understand, I made a call years ago that I make the F-18s the metal birds on the runway of military air forces. Now you can see how. No system will work on them. No system can operate on them. And it costs less than $10 to paralyze the most advanced Navy army in the world. Who is prepared to finance and pay people who keep the truth out? The ex-Shah of Iran, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, did something, as I mentioned before, changed the use of the army of Iran, as this was a peaceful army, to the forces of what it was called the White Force. To teach by the soldiers, to build the schools and hospitals by the soldiers, and the forces were brought in to become servants of the health for the nation. The White Revolution in Iran showed the change of military, how it can be used to bring benefit to the nation. Is it the time to bring the true White Revolution, which was set up by Reza Pahlavi, into the forces of the world? Religions are irrelevant. Color of the skin is irrelevant. Borders don't exist anymore. So why not to bring the forces into what it needs to be? As I said in my communication to the Chinese government, we bring technologies to China in our visit that it will change the forces within the structure of the peace movement in the world. I don't see any nation more deserving than the Chinese government to receive this technology to become the flag bearer of peace. And we emphasize on that in our deliverance. So now you've seen it. If you have a doubt, very simple. How you disappear, how you don't exist. Don't forget, this has another benefit. This system is the way they're set, and the way we taught you to nano-coat them and GANS coat them with zinc oxide and CO2, you will find out why I've been telling you this for a long time. The field forces which released by these plasmas in bringing the peace to the emotion of the man, the soldier will not know why is he carrying a gun for. Because he's been taught there is an enemy. And that enemy, existence of enemy, has given them a reason emotionally to fight. When there is no emotion to fight, is there a need for an army? Do we need, or do you want me to show you more applications? In 10 minutes, I can destroy every knowledge which has been developed for the man to kill each other with a few magnets and a few operation of gases which you don't even know if I explain to you, put it in front of you. This is another one. What does this do? If I place this just between your legs, and I place this in your arm, no prostate cancer within 2 hours. No womb cancer within 2 hours. Because now I can dictate the location of delivery. I want to show you, these are what I call, if you look at it, the donkeys. These are Stone Age tools of plasma, which I built 7 years ago, 8 years ago. You want to see the most advanced, where you can control? Let me open my magic box. Mama, how do we open this box? This unit has been tested in Emirates with a good friend of ours, Dr. Paris. Some of you met and you listened to him in the teachings. What do you see? What I show you here is very, very simple system, extremely simple. I've got to put these away that we don't danger them. You have a power supply, which you connect in, you plug in, and you have a consumer. You can build these at home and walk away with any cancer. Look the difference. We've seen with Brennan, we've seen with Taiwan, we've seen with Austrians building all these stand-up units. Now, have a look. You put the man, would you like to be my volunteer? You didn't go to Canada for this. Come, it's your time to become popular. Don't bring anything with this electronic. You can lose everything you have. So, if you stand sideways, that's it, yeah. What we need to do is come a bit closer. I don't need to carry things. This is your power supply. Oh, I'll go this way. You connect this to a power supply. Connect it to present electricity. You connect it to Caroline. Can I have the other units as well? There are more boxes with these units in it. Thank you very much. You connect this to the power supply. You go through a coil. You place the coil. You have to understand gravitational into magnetical. You place it on the cancer point in the body of the man. Okay, we do it this way. Then, let's see. This is where the cancer is. You place it, you plug it. So the energy, plasmatic energy, goes from in towards out. But where does it go? You place another in to out in the front. Can you turn a little bit? So in a way, you sandwich the body. And the two systems are connected. Can you hold that for me, please? They are plugged. So you decide the plug. What you need to do, if you can hold that not to fall. So now you created the path. Can you hold this for me here? You need to plug this end to a small consumer, a light, a DC light, what do you call it? LED light. A draw. And then what you create is a power through from electron vibration into the plasmatic forces through the body, pushing everything out. You want to change a lung cancer. You want to change a brain tumor. This is the first time we show a portable unit. Total cost, I don't know, $5? Do you want to go into full chemotherapy? When we use this, thank you very much. When we use this for the first time in United Arab Emirates with help of Dr. Paris, the instant we connected it, the cancer pain was disappeared. And it was amazing because this man was already operated for a tumor and regrew, and he couldn't sit for the pain. He left it because he couldn't believe it can change, because the man's emotion is to die. He doesn't want to live. He has such a horrible life. And then he came back after 3-4 weeks. We gave him the unit back. He came actually left the unit, says, I don't want to use it. And then he came back and says, can I use it? We gave it to him again. And he said, I can live without pain when I carry it, and it can change the change. Last night, we received the report from the gentleman I told you using a CO2 for leukemia cancer. And it's not just the technology used by our system, but it's a combination. Some 14 6-centimeter tumors have reduced to much less, and we just participated to be as part of the structure, and there's about 3 1 or 2 millimeter tumors left in the body. This is not our work. Work has been done. We support the emotion. The man is still in a wheelchair due to the cancer. In my return in Dubai, I'll give him a system that he can walk off. 2 young children in his early 30s. He deserves to live. He's a gorgeous man. He can introduce himself because he listens to the teaching. Because the minute he said I put it in, I could feel the work. How we affect, how we don't know, because it's a mixture, hybrid of systems which is going through. But the people who use this immediately feel the field forces of it. This is the new systems. The portable medical application will be released by the Keshe Foundation manufacturers in the coming weeks from Italy. Because we have passed the medical system and we have passed the energy system, and it's hybrid of the two, it will be shown is work directly. What is in here? I don't think I need that. You see, you have part of your Magrav system. The Magrav system we set up is with a plasma unit background. It feeds itself, and what happens, the other Magrav system receives it. This is another health unit. But you have to understand, you cannot use this willy-nilly just because you made it. You have to understand the material of the field force, gravitational field of the organ you're going to use it for. So your nano-coating and your GANS coating has to match to be effective fast. You have to understand the structure of the kidney. You have to understand the structure of the liver. You have to understand if the cause of the cancer is which metal, which semiconductor. Is it calcium? Is it potassium? Is it zinc, which has initiated? And then by using the right GANS, you interact with the seed of the cancer. This is the beauty with this new knowledge. In fact, what you do is this. The same thing as you've done with the American spy plane, but this time the spy is inside your own body. So what do you need to do? Nothing changes. Let's use the same board that we can see the similarity. This is the body of the man. This is the cancer. This is the 2 units. This is flow of the field across. Don't forget, your power was here, coming in, and you have dumped the energy here. If this is caused by zinc, which means when you get the blood test, you see high level of zinc in the blood or in the test, means there is an emotional problem, because zinc connected to the emotion. What you need to use is GANS of zinc here. You have to use GANS of zinc here too. Because now, at the present time, when we fight cancer, it has a seed. We take outside. We've seen with the Chinese health reports that the size of the tumor reduces by 80%. The other 20% we cannot do. But with this technology, you attack the center. It does not matter what happens outside it. So that's why with this system, in a way, the cancer became the American vote. You block, you transfer the energy to another position. Within the structure, you dump it, and now you take the seed out. And when there is no seed, the rest cannot attach to it. It's the reverse of the whole understanding of the world of medicine up to today. What do? You don't destroy the seed. You change its energy because it's indifferent with the balance of the rest of the body in the area to become balanced. There is no need for this to be here because you need balance. That's how the technology works. The space technology does not destroy. It collaborates to bring balance. This is how you take the seed, the essence of the cancer, out of the circulation. My advice has been, and I mentioned this in many of the teachings before, to the doctors. Ask, does not matter. Some of the tests takes 2 weeks to get a report back. Take that 2 weeks. Understand the rise and elevation in the minerals and the metals and the semiconductors of the body. That rise shows you that this material is going to be used for the seed of the cancer across the body. Now, you have to understand to change the parameters of the strength to that material. And as we saw with a system with our friend in Taiwan, the system with our friends in Austria, you target the whole body. Which means even the seeds are planted in different parts. And then you go back and say, oh, the cancer has come back. The cancer never went away. You handled one part. You didn't see the rise. Because in the blood test, you were given what is going to happen. So, with the new technology, you target and you change all these guys who are not supposed to be where they are. There will never be a second cancer. It's impossibility. So, there is no difference than the body of the man, an American spy plane, or American naval ship. Now, we narrow the target within the box of the body of the man. Here is in the open spaces of the space, and you see. This is understanding the technology in its true essence, that this allows you to bring back one understanding and apply it in the other. This is the true understanding of the knowledge, not just copycat from one thing to another, which is happening around the foundation at the moment. We try to teach the essence. And in understanding the fundamental, it should be easy for a man of science like you to develop the new technologies, new understanding, and new levels of development. Do we need to go step by step? Or men of science are prepared to accept there is a change and let's do it together to bring the change in much faster way. Do we want to carry on to play the failures of the past and repeat it again? Or do we want to go ahead with at least testing the new waters? That these waters can bring new understanding, new parameters. Caroline, sorry. There is a box. There's another box, a brown box, a square one. I need that one, please. In the same suitcase. You have to understand what Caroline keeps on bringing up in pieces. This is what we carried with us. It's okay, leave that there. This is what, it's okay, leave that there. This is what we carried with us to the United Arab Emirates to show to our friends and colleagues and our fellow men of what you call Islamic thought of line of praying to the Creator to share with the Christians in Italy and the rest of the world. That was our mission, and we have accomplished. And we thank the United Arab governments and their officials who allowed us to stay and be their guests, to be able to start the seed of the knowledge in the United Arab Emirates for the rest of the Islamic world. In our trip to China, we carried the same message. Because, as I said, we are politically blind, we are colorly blind, and we don't believe in the division of the race of man, as man is one race. Now you know who's been invited to the one nation, one planet, one race. The world, 3 world presidents. See if they turn up. If the call of peace is strong enough for them to attend and sign themselves into the peace, as the arms of killing has no value and we can silence it in one stroke. You got to realize there are different ways to apply the technology. You have to realize what is needed that you can apply it and how you can apply it. I show you a very much simpler system. I use this myself because it gives me a lot of pleasure and a lot of comfort. I've had a shoulder pain for a long time after fall of a horse, which nearly killed me. And what I did, more or less, that's the one, yeah, thank you very much, Stanley, is what I do very simple thing. And that is, now you're here, we can make you stop. All that. I plug this into electricity. And I plug the other end into a usage, a small lamp. And all I do, I hold the system in my hand. You have to be careful. The unit has to be fully nano-coated, GANS coated. Otherwise, you short circuit yourself. Make sure you understand what you're doing. And all I need to do is to hold on to something else. I can hold on to another system in a very simple way. I allow the balances of the energy to go through my body. Notice how I hold it. The holding is very important. I am holding the totality of gravitational magnetic field with the thumb. This is important because this is the connection between the physicality and emotion. Holding it like this, you have separation. Holding it like this, you connect your physicality to your emotion. What is the cause of the pain? Will understand, will be balanced. But you need to be able to move it out of the body of the man. So in fact, you can use a plug there, or you can use another system to it. So you can create your own Magrav systems for the health. You remember when we said the Oasis system is the power Magrav system? That's okay. It's okay. I see that. Thank you very much. This is what it is. If you twist it in this shape, instead of the flat shape, you receive the totality of the energy. These are the portable systems which you can keep at home. The minute there is a pain, you can use it. You can use these the same for the cancer. Now you deal with the plasma. This is much more advanced knowledge needed to be able to do this. So, in so many ways, we change the structure by understanding the reality and the totality. What we need to do is to change the position. In fact, if you look, all we've done now is this. We have replaced solid magnet with a GANS with a plasma technology. So now you change this, feel the strength, you can cover any aircraft you need. All you need is a handheld system that you can adjust its field forces. This is how simple defense technology has become. But let me explain to you one thing. I did not develop this. It rattles. You can hear it. I did not develop this for bringing down American spy plane or trying to stop the American boat. Americans are our friends, they are brothers and equal to all of us. But they have chosen the path of killing as a way of control. Now we end up that control that we are all the same. But why have I developed this technology? In space, you need to be able to control the space ahead of you. If I change this, you will understand more. You will see what is in hand. In the control systems, which we have shown for flight, if you remember, with a 12 system outside, look at the system. I want, it feels with the magnet of it the way I touch it. I want protection is the magnet, immediately moves it. It's the plasma of it is problem. So what it is, I need, this one is this, and I can change that to that, or the two extremes. I need field protection at the highest strength in direction of motion. Strong enough to dilute any space particles. You need it. This is what I taught in the teaching. Look what happens. You create the fields. You create the protection. But that protection, now you can dictate the strength. You want to create a protection from space that nothing can touch you in the field. You cover your system. I cannot even draw. You see the strength, how far it goes. It's huge. It can span stars if you know how to do it. Forget about the spaces in space. So now you see why it's developed. How we developed it. And it's taken me years to develop these technologies for the man to understand. So it wasn't created to bring down a plane. It wasn't created to stop a ship. It was created to give man protection in a space that you can control the spans of universe at the highest speeds you travel before you get to it, because it's so far ahead of you, the field shield had to be. This was the dream of His Excellency President Reagan, a starship. defense system. This is the true Starship defense system. So what you see, if you understand it, you can translate it in different languages. If you understand it, you can apply it according to what you see and what you need. You can open it or you can close it. Depends how you change the fields. The new plasma technology is a change, total diversion from the past. The plasma technology is how we are made and how the universe works. We stuck to the matter strength of it. Now we look at the full spectrum of it. And you understand how easily the higher powers can change the lower powers. There is something very strange. When we had our American friends coming to north of Italy, and they could hear the change of the noise in the gardens of the Cinzano, and I explained to them that I have a system in the house running that protects me, is nothing but understanding of what is revealed to you now. I can extend the protection as I want. The protection is I receive any frequency I want, but I don't want what I don't want. Shielding with the plasma technology is so powerful that it will shock even the means of communication. I give you a warning, and I've said that before. Give me a satellite as part of bringing a satellite in not working condition that will enforce peace. Now, I show you the tool which you can use to stop any military satellite to operate. Do I need to go for a drone? What American President, His Excellency President Magrav called the toy of a nation? Cost billions. I've never had such expensive toy. I don't mind one. With a few dollars. Or we go to the controllers, which is the military satellites. You have seen how easily we can target. They're there, we don't damage. We decide if they are used for military purposes, no news, no operation. If they are used for peaceful application, we are in it full force. Don't forget, your GPS came out of the change in the structure of USSR. When there was no more need for spy satellites, which was put up by the Americans, a Jewish guy in Tel Aviv came up with the idea, we use the surplus satellites hanging up for locating cars. And now all of you using the peace dividend as GPS because of one Jewish man in Tel Aviv who I met, extremely brilliant guy, in mid-90s when he came to England to develop the technology. Now we have hundreds of satellites which from today become part of the peace plan. Do we need to use them for military purposes? Because don't forget, now every man has the power to test it, but please do not block communication satellites. We need them. A child on a rooftop, if I understand this, will force the nations to shake hands. Let alone a man of science at my level who can force it with much easier taste. As I said, when the American officials in the cafe in Brussels asked me, can you tell us how you captured? I asked for one of the CIA guys next door table sitting with me, can I have your napkin? This science was explained to the American officials on the back of a napkin on a table in the back of the cafes near the American embassy in Brussels. So you're informed 4 years later. Otherwise, it's exactly the same knowledge. When I was asked by the American consul officials, can you explain to us how such an advanced drone was captured? My American friends, how easy, less than $10. But can we use this knowledge for the advancement of peace and comfort of the man? Yes, we can. I have shown the both sides of the same knife. Knife of peace and a knife of curing a man's disease. There is no need for a knife to cut to kill because we don't need it anymore. We have all the tools to live a comfortable life. And one of the biggest problems for man is how to create that peace without the fears of the others might abuse it. It's very easy. Trust in your soul that your decision is correct. The souls will carry the wish of the man. So now today's teaching is another piece of jigsaw in the music of life of the man on this planet put in. There's much more to learn. Now we have learned and we enforce the tool of peace. The next step in the coming months is how to learn the language of space. Then in space we don't make the same mistakes of destruction when we know we can have whatever we like. We put the hand of peace to the man on this planet from the universal community. Let us work the way we share knowledge with you to bring peace, that with it we bring peace into space when the man in the coming time is allowed to enter and understand the advantages of peace than destruction. It's very simple. From now on, every day, every presentation, we break new barriers. We bring more trust. We bring more science and knowledge that forces man to choose peace without shooting a single bullet. Today, I have shown you. We have shown how a tool of health can be the tool of peace, can be a tool of protection in the space. And if you understood with the systems which you're going to see in the coming time, you can create the energies that feeds the body of the man without the man ever needing to feed itself. We have one of our best friends, a man which I have a lot of respect for, Rick Crammond. He has moved from one side of Canada to another to test how he can feed himself with this technology. They're all sleeping under that white box, I call it. It's a satellite starship built by Ali. And today's teaching comes from there, from Ali and Rick. Would you like to join us, Rick, and show us what you're doing?
Yes, hello, Mr. Keshe. Set up my microphone here, also it won't come out in the live stream properly. And yes, there are people streaming out on the floor here and around the reactor, as Mr. Keshe has described.
I can't get you back up. How do I get rid of your images? There's too many of you there. Okay, can you take over, please? I don't know, it's the mirror. It says the mirror back in. I think we have to close. We have to.
Yeah, we could start video here, sure.
How do we stop this mirroring effect? the geniuses of computer. Oh, there he is. Hi, Rick. Hi. You got a bet?
Okay, we have to get the other camera for a second.
Yeah. Hi. Hi, Ali. You're in the background.
There we go.
I hear you have escaped, Rick.
I have temporarily escaped my dwelling and come over to Vancouver here to visit with Ali, and we've got Guy and Elena and Aizen here. Aizen's
Is Aizen with
get
you?
in the picture here.
Is Aizen with you?
Come on.
Yeah, he's
Can we see the face of the man with a lot of emotion?
Come.
a little closer. There he is.
We move a little bit in. Hi, Aizen.
Awesome.
It's nice to put a face to the voice.
Hi, Mr. Keshe. Hi, everybody.
Hi. Hi, Guy. You have aged in 12 months, Guy.
He's been busy working his heart out there.
Okay.
Thank
Could
you.
you explain to us what you're doing and what is the position, please?
Well, we're over here as I wanted to get together with Aizen and Ali and the rest of us here and just sort of be part of an initiative from the Keshe Foundation Canada and start to get the people together in Canada that want to work with the Keshe Foundation and do some of the projects and so on. And I just thought it would be a good idea to get together for a little meeting. So we came over in the afternoon and met with Aizen at the ferry terminal and brought him over to Ali's place here. And yeah, that's where we're at right now. You can see the ice in the background there. And actually, yeah, maybe.
Can you move your camera a bit more, a little bit more?
Yeah. From slightly remember.
We prefer the machine than humans. Sorry about the rest of you. We're going to look what he's got there.
Yeah, let me get out of the way here so we can see, I guess. That's probably best. And you'll notice a blue device in the middle of this unit, which is familiar. That's the Magrav's unit from the Keshe Foundation Space Institute. And that this unit has been purchased by Aizen, and he's presented it here today to Ali to use with his system to incorporate, see if they'll play well together. So I think that's going to be part of it here. It still has to have an adapter plug to plug in. Ali, you want to say anything about your system?
Can you explain to us, Ali, behind your gadget?
The process that we did let me actually turn that off for a second. Hold on. Let me put this off. So what we did as a group was that we gathered here around the circle, and the first thing we do, we pray for the planet, and we.
Can you come a bit closer to the microphone, Ali? It's very broken.
Just a second here. I can hear, but you can't. So he's asking you to get closer to the microphone.
Okay.
Okay.
See, now this isn't going to work without.
That's
Okay.
fine.
It's okay.
So,
Carry on.
we gathered around the unit, and the first thing we did, we extend our love and energy of peace to the whole planet. We visualized the planet in the middle of the core, and we extend our love and peace to it, and we wished everyone well on the planet. That was the first step to send energy, and with no intention to receive anything, just to send, just to give. And the second phase was to receive energy and balance our own bodies, because we need to be balanced in our own self to be able to operate well. So what happened was that everybody was sitting and the energy got calmer. And the energy passed through our energy system, and everybody really connected. We use the palm of our hand, so when we were around it, we use the palms to connect with the fields. It was a really good connection, and I think while we were sending the energy, I felt a really strong surge of I don't know what was it, a plasma or some sort of a surge of energy as we were kind of. It was like a prayer to change the to when you send a prayer, it's going to be heard, and it's basically the source of creation is going to hear that at a really deep level. So once we balance our bodies, the third step, which is I found that is the most, it takes longer for a lot of people because it's part of the emotional aspect, and it connects us with our family members. Is to heal ourselves, and it's our basically healing our physical body, and also connecting with people in our family that have health problems or any emotional or any level of problems they have, and trying to use our body as a transmission, let's say. So we become a transmitter to ourselves and to our family members who we wish to help on that level. And we connected at that level to the field and interacted. And how was your experience, Rick, when you were interacting at that level?
Well, it was interesting because my left knee, which I've had an old injury from when I was very young, started aching, actually. I was uncomfortable a bit over there. I was in the corner, close to the unit, and my left knee started aching. I had to rub it to kind of get it to stop aching, and it just continued to ache in that place. I don't see that as a negative thing. I see it as a health. That's where the energy was binding up and just trying to get through. It's what it felt like, getting that part of my system where there was an anomaly. Energy was trying to flow through and encountered some resistance there. Felt like if I stayed there and continued to, that it would probably allow that need to be freed up, perhaps, or something like that.
Yeah.
So,
And
I know a lot of people have had good results with knees, with both the GANS pads and with reactor combination.
yeah. And then we asked Melanie to actually go inside the system so she can experience a different energy that I've been experiencing myself when I go into it. Is just a completely very stronger and more interactive experience. And I would like Melanie to share her experience with us here.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. What a beautiful unit Ali has. So I decided to go underneath inside, and it felt like I was crawling into the core of it. I asked for permission to go in right into the middle, and I felt like I had really close communication actually with the ethereal realm. I could feel and see the angels actually extremely intensely, and I felt some deep healing going on. So I actually had an emotional release, which was awesome, and I'm very grateful for my brothers for holding space. Thank you so much. So it's a lot of love that will do the work wherever we allow, really. So I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful to be here with all of you and superpower it. So.
And Zaizan, can you come in and tell us your experience with your energy systems as you were explaining it to us?
I'll just get my cup of coffee here, as usual, this time of day, every morning. It was profound, I would say. It still is. It's right beside here. I can feel it. There's, I guess, if I put it in words, there's like a boundary layer, an interface of where there's a pressure gradient that's quite visceral, which I could feel with the plasma that's created with my physicality and especially the emotional center here, and that would change as I moved in a different positionality in comparison to the unit. So this is what Ali also recommended, that we try, like, from what is that, about 20 feet away, 15, 20 feet,
about 10 meters or so.
yeah, or in meters, and then walk like a penguin to be able to feel more about the
To left and right.
how to how should I say, detect the difference in gradients as you came nearer. It was easier going left and right instead of going directly toward it, because you could feel that even the difference in gradient on the left and right, just slightly moving it, and then coming to sort of another level of field strength, almost like between the egg white and egg yolk. There's a field strength membrane again, what's closer to the system, where it was very how should I say, visceral, but also on a very emotional. It allowed peace to come in a deeper level, if I could put it that way. I don't know how else to put it.
Also your grounding experience.
Oh yes, and I have a tendency with my personality to want to lift and position myself away from the ground. But this is very grounding. I know Ellie said it was. It's connected to the ground physically, and I definitely felt there that it was a very balanced energy in that way. So quite a gift, Ellie. Thank you for allowing us to be here and experiencing this. This is awesome.
Great honor to have you. Can you please share your experience, because you're
Yeah. Hello everyone. My approach to it is maybe slightly different. I'm not very used to the sensing of things, and I'm coming across maybe a bit different because I find it's kind of a subjective a little bit. It's about feelings, and I don't know. I have to adapt to all this. It's a bit. It's a bit of a difficult approach for me. I don't find it that easy.
You mentioned when you entered the room, it looks like a temple or something. How is
Actually, I can say that my very first 2 steps in your place, Ali, I felt right away that there was I don't know, something about sacredness, or something about a temple feeling, or something about the place here that actually had a special atmosphere, I thought. I am a very sensitive person, and but I try not to fall into this, and I tried to came up with a very rational and following Addie's instruction and approach the unit, and did what was requested, and tried to sense the whole thing. At the end, I felt a very strong pressure actually in this region here, and it was kind of hard to bear. And it was at this point, I think that you told me something like, "Yeah, that's how we feel the field." Okay, oh, that must be this then. Yeah, no, my personal opinion to it is that I've got to approach the whole thing slowly, and and try maybe to remove my rational and approach more with my heart. And it's something that slowly, I guess, I'm gonna have to learn.
Well, actually, you knew it right when you came in the room. You got the instant feeling the first second or two. And that was maybe what you should go with you. is that feeling of the atmosphere. Maybe you don't have to feel the fields this way like other people. You just feel it right there when you felt it immediately.
It was
that's what you have
so
to go
immediate that I was surrounded by
with.
it.
Then your mind tries to, go with it and make stuff up and so on, but your heart knew right off the bat.
There's definitely a special atmosphere in your place, Ali.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's you or what you're
it's
doing.
all of you, because I found that the more people come into or around the unit, because every one of us has an energy system, so we connect with it, and it becomes even stronger than when I'm just by myself in the room. So the more people are around it, the stronger it is, and it's a bigger field. And if you have your intention, everybody has a singularity in, what we want, world peace and love and all that, to be a spread across the world, then it's going to magnify, multiplies by maybe hundreds of thousands. I mean, we don't know even what that number is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Then the next thing we did was that we said that we wanted to experience drinking really good spring water out of the device. So how many people, after we connected with it, felt that their thirst was satisfied?
Well, I went and laid down on the bed after that exercise. I tried to get an hour of sleep before the workshop, and I found myself just drooling a lot. I hope I didn't drool on your pillow in there. It's like I just had a lot of moisture in my mouth. And it's funny, before that, I was actually quite dry. I was going to ask for some water, but I just didn't. And all of a sudden, I've got too much water in my mouth. So maybe it worked.
And Melanie?
Yeah, I was thirsty too. So when you suggested the water, I was like, perfect. And yeah, it totally satisfied my thirst, and I felt hydrated. I asked for hydration in my whole body, because drinking sometimes doesn't mean we're getting hydrated. Mm-hmm. So I asked for hydration, and I just felt so juicy. I felt so like filled with hydration. So good stuff.
And Guy and Zaiden, what about you guys?
I was quite thirsty when you mentioned about that, and closed my eyes and I tried to get into what you were asking, and my feeling of it was that my mind was playing tricks on me. It's like I was not as thirsty as I thought I should be. And when we stopped the experiment, I guess my mind took over. I said, I'm thirsty. So I don't know. It's something I need to approach it. But I felt like it didn't really give me water. But it's not a physical thing. I don't know how to approach the thing. I'm sorry about this one.
That's okay. Zaiden?
That was my first attempt, and it was really attempt. It was interesting. It was I didn't feel any immediate effects, but when I think of it, I laid down right after that and woke up with a puddle of drool, which like what's this? Like usually my pillow's dry when I wake up. It's like so. Thanks for that.
The pillow covers.
I missed that. I missed the symptom, like an effect. So we both had that effect that we don't usually have. So that's one thing about collecting data. So
stats are in.
We're data collectors here. We'll find out what the what this field interaction actually produces, and what side effects that are called for or not come in, and that's the way of going into the unknown and having it become known and useful. Thank you.
And the next step was the fruit experiment. So everybody picked up a fruit, and they tried to do the tasting of the fruit. And I don't know, how was your experience, Melanie? You went for melons, or you
watermelons? I love watermelons. My favorite.
You had any taste or any?
Yeah. I feel like I could experience the watermelon. I think I was just really I was still reveling over the hydration thing. So it was, yeah, it wasn't a big of a thing.
I think Rick went to sleep after, and then Zion, and did you get any taste or anything?
I wasn't really hungry. I never have hunger actually, so it wasn't on that level of the desire for fruit. But the other thing, desire I have is coffee. So it's fine. It's also the understanding of that it brings in what one needs, not maybe what one thinks one desires. So there's this reciprocity that's balanced. That's my understanding.
Thank you.
Well, I was, like I said, I was listening to all instructions, and I tried to put myself into it, and I was trying to taste with my mouth. Actually, I picked up a blueberry for the experiment, and I cannot say that I tasted with my mouth. I give it my best, but I wouldn't say that I was not nourished by it. This I don't really know about that. But per se, that to have the taste in my mouth, maybe we didn't do it long enough. I don't know, but I personally, I didn't feel anything.
And yeah, one of the things I normally read, because there's a few groups that have come to my place, is that it changes the energy of the people that come into it, because when people just coming through the door, there's a bit of a reservation, and there's a bit of doubt, and there's a bit of, I would say there's these walls that are up in front of people, and not with everybody, but with some people. And what I experience is that when they come closer to the unit, there is first of all, they become relaxed. The energy flows through them. They go into a very state of relaxation and resting for a while. And then what happens is that they open up energetically, and many levels. And it does bring people together in a really deep way. Like right now, when I'm sitting here, it's like I know these my friends for a long, long time. Melanie, Rick, Guy, and Zaizan. It's like I've known you for I don't know, hundreds of years now. But when you just first came in, it was like you were two strangers. Do you feel that as well? Do you feel that after being here, you feel this connection with me? And
yeah, it's that understanding that plasma fields can link up with intention, and what I found with this unit, it facilitates that in a much faster way. Mm-hmm. It doesn't take years for that matter.
Yeah. And interestingly, this morning I was doing a teaching, and I was saying something that I don't understand is that Donald Trump right now is wanting to build a huge wall between U.S. and Mexico, and I think that's the most stupid thing I've ever heard. And we are in a time that we want to unite the whole humanity together, and the future candidate or the president of the U.S. wants to create so much separation between two great countries, and I don't understand that, and nor a lot of other people. So he comes from the position of fear and separation and non-unity, and we don't support that, neither in Canada, neither in the US or anywhere else. So we suggest he either changes that, or we find a better president there.
Actually, yeah, I mean, we're not really in that jurisdiction. So what we've elected in here a few months ago has been a change for the good in our space. So.
Yeah, we had a change here in Canada. We had Justin Trudeau was elected, which is he was basically, he's from Vancouver himself. He's from BC, and he's a much more positive force. His wife does yoga. They're into spirituality. They connect with community. They are very down to earth, and they're here to serve people, and it's a great honor to have him as as the Prime Minister. So we hope to see that change in the U.S. and in other parts of the world where the leaders are serving people rather than becoming these dictators that they want to abuse their citizens. So
Can you hear me?
yes.
Yeah. We do not enter politics, what will affect the politics.
Right.
Instead of, we have so many followers and people who are part of the Keshe Foundation US, attend Donald Trump's meetings and carry with you a coil, and you affect the emotion of the whole place. You got to understand that hate has sold a lot. Fear has delivered a lot for the man who will make money out of it. Why does a man like Donald Trump create the division? Because it will make him to become a president to bank his line. The people who get to this position, he has billions. He's brought his daughter to back it up so he can do the same job. These things are irrelevant. We have seen the walls in Berlin. We watched it coming down. We have seen the wall of China has become part of the same nation. There was a separation. So we've seen the ruthlessness of your ex-Prime Minister of Canada. These people are temporary. We look at the long term. We do not see to interfere with the politic what will affect the politic by delivering the systems. Today, in a very simple way, we showed how defense technology of the most advanced nations has become equal to the arrows of the man in Africa, because you can't do with a bullet which doesn't shoot. The arrow goes further than a gun. You can throw a gun a few meters, but you can throw an arrow quite a bit further. So we come to the position now that we'll find there is no need for war. And these people who instigate war and separation, these are temporary people. The governments are always temporary. 8 years, 10 years, 12 years, in the case of like France. But what we got to learn, we got to dismiss the position. They all come in to create mayhem for the bank accounts. It's very important to be called Mr. President. But do we need presidents, or are we all presidents? Because we're president to be peaceful, we don't need the tools of war. As I said, we don't take side. I've been especially requested by directly within the government's instructions highest level. In your presentations, please do not go in interacting, in fanning the fire between the situation between China and America and Russia. And in response to the request of His Excellency the President of China, we respond the same. We call for a hand of peace. We don't see the separation. These walls are separation which are set to create money for a few. But we've seen, I spent 11 days in your country, being told every day I'm going to be shot by your ex-Prime Minister. I was on a death sentence for 11 days in Toronto Airport by the order of your last Prime Minister. And the funny thing is, where is he now? He's lost his immunity, and in time he'll be brought into justice in the courts of law. So soon we've seen with the other world leaders who hide in the tunnels and they hide in the rat holes. These presidents all will ask for protection and immunity. We see one of the biggest criminals in the world of politics carrying for his protection the passport of the United Nations, the ex-Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Tony Blair. He committed one of the biggest post-war signals starting the killing in Iraq. These protections will come down, and these world leaders have to stand their turn. So we don't interfere. We stay out of it, and by changing the structure, we change the thinking, the way of living. And that's what the purpose of these technologies are. It's not attacking, but let them build the walls stays within them, they become the prisoner of their own wall. What is interesting, I wanted to ask Dyson a question because he said something and it's important for me to ask him a question. Dyson.
I heard my name.
Yeah, your name. First of all, you better explain your experience with the background where you come from, because you have a different, what do you call it, experience of life, that people understand how and how you see life, because you're a student on the teaching side of the Keshe Foundation, and public don't know you. It's the first time we see you. Because it's important, because you've been trained by your training, by life training, to have a different approach to emotion and the feelings and the energies within the body of the man.
To answer your question, I guess my interest was in the realm of anthropology, which I pursued in university, and that gave me some tools of observation, what they call a participant observer, and also the ability to, in my research, I came across many modalities in different parts of the world, which I assimilated, and those have been highly beneficial when it came to when I started working with plasma, that interactions that Keshe has introduced here. They've always been here, but they were apprehended or interacted with by many what I call spiritual traditions, ancient ones, but a lot of them couldn't comprehend the full picture. So this brings in the opportunity to get a fuller picture, and therefore make it much more useful for all of us, if that makes sense.
You said something which I'll explain to you after you explain to us why I asked you this question. You said when you walked in, you could feel the energy that you're going through a barrier or interface between the white and the yellow yolk. You explained it that way. Can you tell me, where did you feel this feeling first? In your stomach, in your heart, or how was the feeling?
Simultaneously, but the strongest one was my emotional center, and also, of course, the solar plexus, that area, and also, yes, my heart palpitated at one point. So every step when I was pendulum walking towards it, I noticed like the field is bumpy, and Ellie was also confirming that the field is bumpy. It's not a smooth sphere. A bumpiness like the Earth without the water in it. If you subtract the water off the planet, it's quite a bumpy planet. There's some bumpiness, and I could feel that. And then speaking of the yolk, as I got like really close, there was another strength, not a barrier, membrane kind of feeling, where the gradient was quite, how should I say, concentrated gradient.
Did you feel the, as you're walking into an energy field?
Yeah, I now use the word plasma field because I can, I realize it's a sphere. It's not just directional. Well, it is directional, but it radiates out from a center. That's
Can I ask you a question? Because I'll come to it, why the reason I'm asking this question. As you walk towards the system, do you feel that the energy goes across your body, or is it the energy you just feel it around you? Do you walk into, like going through a wall of water, you feel it going from the face back to the head to the back? If it was like a field power.
Yes, that's correct. There's a gradient. The stronger part of the gradient is in the front as I walk towards it. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. If you go back to the teaching of what I go back to our experience in Sharif Tehran University some 8 years ago, I call this, because we had a very powerful system, I call it the tickle factor. I've explained this in many times in the teachings. When you walk into such a strong field, you tend to bend, you tend to feel it, it touches you. And it's like when somebody tickles you, put the hands in your stomach and tries to tickle you, you go forward because you feel the pressure or the touch. I call this a tickle factor because it touches you, but it's invisible hand. And many times when I was in the lab in Tehran, when people used to come, they didn't know what I was doing, but I could see when they bent because they walked into this plasma barrier, as you call it, the change. This is important. This what I call the tickle factor, because it, like when you're touched, you bend forward. I still feel the forces of it. This shows you enter a new plasma strength, which is the strength of your body. Before that, you are in the atmospheric condition. This is what we call a Coulomb barrier. This is the Coulomb barrier of your system, the environment you enter. And it's nice to see that you feel it. You can feel that feel going through you back to the front to the back as you walk into it. The next step for you, Ali, is very simple. Walk, all of you, while you're together there, maybe you can do it, is to find that point that all of you agree to be the barrier, the point when you can feel the force more stronger. Then start to adjusting your coils in one direction. Don't try to do it in all the directions till you start seeing light. Now that Zaizan has bought that plasma reactor, you have a very powerful plasma system with you. You need to adjust the core base star formation slightly, and then on the point where you feel that point, the feel what I call the tickle factor, where you walk in, you should start seeing shimmers. Then if you interacted more with the other two bases which did not create, were not there to produce, you move one till you see the shimmer, you should see the solid structure of your aircraft, your spaceship. So now you have a boundary between you. If you're there, one of you or some of you can create a boundary, put a line on the boundary, and try to feel the strength of it as you move one of the core bases back and forth. You try to see the strength. If the strength increases or reduces, and use the Magrav power system, because that Magrav power system will give you the total energy you need for lift. You can control it because these Magrav systems carry copper oxide and a small amount of CO2. We deliberately loaded them that way for the future use. So if you can adjust one of the base sides in the open side, not near the walls, you should be able, once you connect the power unit and you play with it, to create the first shimmers. This is what we call the bright light in the sky. You will not see it on the other side, or you might see it on the other side by accident because you created the balance. You create a Coulomb's barrier, which is the interface between your system plasma and the plasma of the planet. So now having such a powerful system as the Magrav system with you, it should be much easier for you to see the shimmers first, and then to start solidifying, you should see the first spaceship structure. The only thing is, be careful, you can walk into it to dismantle it. Because otherwise, you have a structure in the room, you can't do anything with it. Because you can't get in to get sorted. So, Start with one side. As you said, it's very bumpy. You might see a light in certain positions to start with. Try to move your gravitational and magnetical coils slightly back and forth till you start homogenizing flat surface light. It's going to be a trial. It might not happen for a month or two, it doesn't matter what you try, because you have to find, or the first time you come to it. If I was there, I can do it for you within a day. Within a few minutes, you see the shimmers. Because part of creating that shimmer and the structure is the control of your own emotion. The desire to create peace, to bring the balance, will give you the interaction point. So don't move everything in one go. Move one of the base three very slowly, fraction by fraction. Increase the power supply as to your plasma very slowly, and then see when you will see the shimmers. When you see the first light, it's just like a light without anything else. This is the boundary of your spatial. And then you have to adjust your coils, and then you start building it up to a full spatial. You're very, very close, because now a number of you can see and feel the barrier. Now you have to bring the three layers. The two layers sit in the background and one is in the front. You adjust that till you come to it, and then you have to adjust the others to build up your spatial. If you do it right, within a matter of a week or two, adjusting, or a couple of months till you learn it, you should be in a flight position. Okay. Thank you very much. What is beautiful to see all of you together.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe, and everyone for all your listening.
The Keshe family, big family. Thank
See you back in Dubai, most of you, I hope.
Yes.
Lots of love to you and everyone.
See you in Dubai.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. We'll leave the control to Rick. You got to start learning, Rick, how to go everywhere.
Yeah, well, maybe mobile is the way to go in the future, yeah.
In the future, we got to. In the coming time, we'll travel everywhere with this. Okay, what do we have? Sorry. We have, can anybody see Benjamin? Is Benjamin in the background, or has he managed to link up with us today?
I'm just trying to see here. Benjamin, if you're there and there's under some other name, just put your hand up and I can promote you to a viewer. I'm trying to see in the
Last week they had no power in Ghana for the internet to be powered on.
Don't see Benjamin here right now. I'm just trying to keep looking here, though. It might be under a different name.
He usually comes up.
I don't see him here yet, at least, Mr. Keshe.
What we're going to do next week, if we can't get Benjamin online because of the power situation in Ghana, we'll release the microbiological reports from the Institute of Ghana and Atomic Energy Authority people, and we go into the next step to compare what we call the microbiological and what we do with the sediments. If microbes exist, they told us they've seen a huge difference, so we can compare it. He said if he can have the power, he will be here to show. Do we have anything else?
Hi, Mr. Keshe. This is Miguel Moreno.
Is who?
Miguel Moreno.
Yes, Miguel.
I want to share some information, Mr. Keshe. Can I have 5 minutes?
Can you what?
I want to share some information.
What is the information about?
It's about the fields that the plasma devices make, and they are giving connection between them.
Can you share a screen with us?
Sure. I'm going to share the camera. You see the
Please,
plasma
let
divisor?
me ask you one question, please. Make sure we do not see your desktop. Pardon? Oh, okay. Okay. Carry on, please. Can you?
Go ahead, Miguel, you have to unmute as well.
Right there, right there is the device. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the device is connected to the light, but it needs to be the light wire that goes into the device. So it's giving plasma fields. You can see it, but as you said before, I have this one. This one is not connected.
Is
You
that
see it?
connected to?
No, this one is not connected,
Yeah.
but this is connecting and is giving reading also because it's connected with that one. So we can prove that you said before that the coils they're gonna be connected because they're gonna make like a red connection. So this is one thing that I am doing, and I was testing with the students. And they were hold the plasma device, and the plasma device was giving reading in their bodies. But before that, I want to show you another thing. I have this bottle with nano-coated and a little bit of chicken mesh, and this is giving lectures also. You see, so it's having contact.
Can you move away and keep the light, the switch on to see if the light stays on?
Okay,
Move,
this one.
move away. Yeah, move back away from, see how far you can go before the light goes off.
Okay.
Okay, go back. Okay, what is interesting, now go back to, okay, go back to your coil, the one which is connected to electricity, yeah, and move away from it and see when it's going to finish, when you're going to stop.
Actually, that one is very intense also because the cube is giving too much energy. So I think that maybe the
No. What I want you to do, go back to the core, go back to the one which is connected to the power, to the ring itself. Go to the rings and move backwards towards the camera. I want to see where the light will switch off. No, come over the coil. You have another coil, come over that coil. Don't go beyond the bottle. Move from one coil to the other. Want to see?
this one. Okay.
No, yeah, move the coil away. Move that coil away, please. No. Move the coil totally away. Go to the first coil. Yeah, go to the first coil and just come backwards to see how far the light will go. We want to see when the light stops. Go further back. Stops there, yeah?
Yeah.
Go forward. Okay, that's your shielding. That's your barrier of your fields from your coil. Come back. When it goes off, go back. Okay, stop there. Now, bring the other coil in front and see if you can extend the boundary. Where is the other coil you had in your hand? You see, the coil you had on the table there, it is still within the field forces of the coil. It is not the coil itself.
No, it's
The coil
connected.
on the table just happened to be in the environment of the first coil. So now what you need to do, yeah, you see, take that coil away. Take that coil away, please. and then put your pen in the same place as where the coil was. No, no, the pen. Take the coil away. Take the coil away. No, no. Take it away and go. Yeah, you see, that's not to do with the coil, because this is still from the center. This is what we showed in the what I call the emotional unit. The extent of the plasma is huge. So if you come further back out, can you come further back out till the light goes off? Okay, go back in there. Now, if you put the other coil from there, that point on, and if the light comes on, then it means the
I
coil.
have this one. This one is with magnets.
Okay. What's the difference? We don't see it. Can you turn your pen the other way that we can see? Come back towards the magnet. The matter state is too weak. It doesn't interact. We've shown that. What you got to do, it doesn't matter whatever you put. That's the sphere. If you, let's do something else. Take that magnet coil away, the one you just put on. Take it away. Okay. Bring that coil, which is connected to the electricity, to the middle of the table. Bring it out in the middle. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you very much. Just, no. Keep it in the sphere shape. Yeah. Can you rotate it? Yeah. Keep it in that shape. Let it lie on the ground. It doesn't matter. It's okay. But don't let it go flat. Let's see. Now move back. Move back and see. You see the field there. Because you're touching it. Don't touch it. You're part of the system. Okay. Can you somehow stand it on its own? The way it was leaning, put a hook or something behind it that it can hold. That it can still stay in a spherical shape. Okay. Can we see? Okay, move back. Move back. Move towards the camera. We don't see your pen. Okay. Go forward a bit more, there. Now go to the other side. We just want to create the atmosphere, to see the spherical field of it. Can you go to the top? Up that we can see. We can't see your camera. Is the light still on? Yeah. Go further up. Further. You see, it's there. The distance is much bigger than the one on the table. Yeah?
Yeah.
Because on the table itself absorbs part of the plasma, so reduces it. If you could hang your system in the air, you'll be amazed what the strength and the extent of the fields will be. This is what we showed, what I just explained with Ali. Now that they have the Magrav power unit with them, connecting one of the bases to it, they can increase the power because it's hanging, is not matter state connection to it. And then you find out you can create beautiful magnetic gravitational field layers. This is the initial shielding. All of you who are in this position are on the verge of creating the spaceship. Creating matter, a state of tangibility out of the interaction of the gravitational magnetic fields. The coil you carry, the external and internal, creates a total spherical condition. So field forces are both having gravity and magnetical, and the magnetical internally while they are externally gravitational when it comes to the certain point. The center ring is stability and the outer ring is shielding. That inner ring creates the dimension of holding onto, and the other one, which is the outside, creates the balance condition. It's a beautiful presentation you've done. It's actually gorgeous to be able.
I want to just to remember to the person that they don't know who is inside. What is inside is the CO2 GANS, the still water, the copper nano-coated copper coil, and a little bit of the liquid of the nano-coating process that I got is a blue liquid that I put inside also, and the tomatina.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, just for the people that they don't know what is inside, to let them know. And
See.
I made a second cube, Mr. Keshe. Can I show you the second cube?
Yes,
Because
please.
it has, several improvements.
Please show us.
Okay. I'm gonna start sharing my screen.
Make sure we don't see your programs, because there are people from Germany and Belgium who are standby. They take a flash program of yours and then they hack your system, they damage your computer. The terrorist organizations sitting in Belgium government they're damaging a lot of computers in the background for people who come in. Just make sure what we call these terrorists of the internet do not manage to damage you after the teaching. You'll find that the computer doesn't work. There are there are hundreds of people sitting in the government trying to jam everything.
Okay, so right there is the second cube.
Yeah.
Hold on. This has several improvements. Because we can move the different coils or different reactors that we can put inside. We can move it further back.
Can you, excuse me, you're showing us, is that a copper disc or is it coils on top of each other?
This one?
No, the other one.
This one?
This one, yeah, the sphere.
Okay. This one, I'm going to make a reactor.
Can you make it bigger so we can see it a little better?
Can you explain?
There we go. Thank you.
Hold on. Is another one. Can I explain you this one?
It's amazing. This is genius.
Okay, so right here in this one, I made a different soap. I put concentrate GANS of CO2 and CH3 and CO, but I add calcium oxide also and vinegar, apple vinegar. So the power is bigger with that substance, and I sent to make this one because with this structure I can just put in different position wherever that I want to move the coils, because I'm gonna do different testing. Let me show you another one.
Yes, please.
Right here, hold on, it's taking a little bit of time to open. Okay, so right here I sent to have these big screws to have the right position that if I need to move it. So right here I can put another coil. Right here in the center gonna be a reactor, but with motion, because I sent to have 5 different sets, because inside of this one I'm gonna put another smaller coil core, and in the side of the middle one gonna be a third core. So these ones, all these ones gonna be working with different kinds of ganses that I am making, because I am making several different kind of ganses that I gonna show you later. So with these things, we can move wherever we want to put in the position. We can put in several positions inside of the cube. In this area, you can move it to this direction. In this area, you can move it in this direction. And in each side of the cube has the same structure. Let me show you.
Could we see the cross section of your ball, please? The brass ball.
This one?
The cross section of or inside of that brass ball.
Okay.
People don't, I hope they realize how much effort and time has gone to build this. It takes a lot of time to build systems like this, a lot of ingenuity. No, the brass box, the brass box, what you have seen in the box, the brass ball, you have a ball in there.
Ah, yeah, hold on. This one?
The brass, the copper coil. Can we see inside it, or do you have any pictures?
Yeah.
No, the one in the left, the one where you put inside, yes, that's the one, yeah. Can we see that?
Ah, yeah, sure.
You see, you're combining the dynamic core system with a coil system and a multi-layer coil system with three tanks or three spheres inside each other. I'll give you a piece of advice. If you are putting GANS in this copper, the ball,
yeah,
and if you are having three spheres inside each other, make sure that the heaviest of the GANSes is in the center core. And the lightest of the GANSes is in the outer core. The center core heavy will attract the stronger gravitational pull to extract the fields from the environment, and then CH3 as a lighter, which is the giver, will become your magnetical field. You'll find out your system will work perfect. In between the two, try to use something like a copper oxide. What you can use, I'm sure Wernie and Brennan will come and tell you, try to use a heavier metal absorber. You can use phosphor, or you can use, as we discussed in other teachings, the lead GANS for the center, where the attraction comes. In one of the teachings we always emphasize, the amount of the GANS is not much important, is the way you load it which is important. Because if you mix a small amount of GANS in a large volume of the water, it will stay more effective than loading a huge amount of GANS in little water. Because when you have a little GANS, the field effect is still the same. So when you start loading up the systems, instead of maximizing the load of the GANS and then heavily loaded, it'll be hard. Try to use a moderate amount of GANS, not too much, but use more liquid water, because the interaction between different layers itself will create the gravitational magnetic field. The gravitational magnetic field of the planets is not by all plasma in the middle, is the plasma being able to float within the centrifuge rotation of the inner core. So when you load up, just take that into consideration, and you'll find out most probably you create a huge magnetic field.
Okay, so I sent to be able to open one side, so I can put bigger things inside, but I have the experience also that we can put things outside of the cube. We can put it outside. We can put a coil also outside if we want to. With these crystal containers, I have a different sizes. So I am doing different testing and different ideas to just to share. And
this is beautiful.
Like right here. Hold on. Let me check it out.
Wow, this is a tree stacker.
Yeah, because I am very sure that your knowledge is sharing with the cube. So I am just having that great experience. Let me check it out if I have a photograph that I put outside also, because we can put the things outside and we can have a different position outside also. Let me check it out. If uh, like this one, hold on. If I put this one and outside, I can put it up also, because I can just move it with the screw that is inside, and I can put it for higher and the side also. And this is the first one. This is the first one cube, and right now I am doing the measures to see how much saving gonna be. But this six coils, so it's very powerful. And in the top, I put already 8 capacitors, but it's a different way, because I put the calcium oxide also, the paste of the GANs, CO2, CH3, and CO2, and calcium oxide and vinegar, and they were very powerful. So just I have all the devices to start having the measures to give the results. And I have also, I want to share this video. They are students. They are students, and they were having the experience with the plasma. So and they have a reading measures. Let me check it out. Hold on. You can see that they are holding the plasma device inside, and they were all of them together, and the plasma was interacting with all of them. Let me just play it. You're gonna see the readings. Just be patient, because the computer is a little bit slow, but they are having contact with the plasma. They were holding the device in the plastic, so there was no electron going in their body, was working the plasma. You see the readings, and all the body was interacting with the plasma device. I hope
It's loading your program in the background.
yeah, it's loading, but you can see the reading. Just be patient, and you can see how the AC voltage detector is giving the readings. But you can see it in YouTube. You can see it in YouTube how the plasma is interacting with their body and their mind, the cells, the left circle, the mitochondrial energy, and the ATP adenosine triphosphate. So we already have the proofs that the plasma device, tomatina, and the CO2 GANs is interacting in their bodies and in their minds. Can you see it? And I want to show you also some new type of GANs. Actually, to be faster, I can just share it with the camera. Can you hear
Don't do
me?
that in public. Don't do it there. Don't put your email
Yeah,
on.
we're seeing your desktop again instead of the camera, so.
Okay.
Okay,
What
so
else? Yeah.
I'm gonna share the camera.
Yeah. What?
Hold on. Okay, so okay. This one is a different GANs that I am making. Let me try that. Inside is a copper plate. Is zinc on it, and is copper also. But this copper was I put it in different process to try to nano-coat it. I put zinc also in the solution, and I put CO GANS, and inside also is nickel. Let me check it out that you can see the nickel. These ones are nickel also. And I have another type of GANs. This one is nickel because I'm gonna use it with the reactor in the movement. You can see in the bottom there are some coins, nickel coin, and this is the nickel GANs of nickel. This one is CO2 GANs, but I put zinc and for maybe 2 weeks, and the color was whiter. So the behavior of the GANs changed. This one is the tomatina, is the leaves of the tomato, and is I put it with the CO2, and this is the aspect that got. But when I am doing the plasma devices, I blend these GANs with the tomatina, and I have this aspect of the tomatina when it's already done to put it inside of the devices. And this one is a different kind that I made. When I was doing the process to get white the coils, so I was using a container, so I put the CO2 in the container to clean it, and this is the aspect that I got for these GANs. These GANs has CO2 pure GANs, CH3, and CO GANs plus calcium oxide and apple vinegar, and this is the aspect of that kind of GANs.
Excuse me, what's the idea with the apple vinegar?
You can check the properties of the vinegar. And when you have calcium oxide and vinegar, gives you energy. You can make batteries from that, and you can have several time having a live battery if you use calcium oxide and vinegar. This is the reason because I mixed it with the GANs to see.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's
go
a
ahead.
good idea. What you brought out is a beautiful idea. Maybe if we use the apple vinegar with the GANs of, let's say, copper and zinc as a fluid, maybe this gives us a new battery operation, a more powerful GANs operational battery. Instead of using the salt with the apple vinegar between the two, this might gives you a better reaction. You most probably need to have CH3 as part of the mixture.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Well, let me remind you something. This is coming from what we know from the Innovation Center. If, for example, you put a nano-coated coil like the one you use in a pen, you will find out that this will give you a much more energy, very powerful energy, because what it does, the energy released by the GANs gets absorbed by the nano-coated coil, and it becomes as a very powerful energy. This is what I explained in the teachings before, where you separated the matter into a nano, and then you made it to a GANS. And if your GANS is more powerful than your nano and the matter state which you put in it, the field forces from the stronger GANS will force the energy into the matter state, and you can pick up energy in the plasmatic condition from the matter. So what you have brought up, we have done, I should say that way, but the Innovation Center of the Keshe Foundation has done is they have inserted nano-coated material into the, what do you call it, into the GANS material, and we see a very powerful energy. Can you stay online? Why have we gone out? Can you stay online? Because I think, is Renan there, please? Or Rennie?
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Yes, is Vernie about? Because Vernie has a very good idea explaining this now.
Vernie is here, sir. He's with me. Okay, Vernie.
Okay, Vernie, could you please explain? Can you put that glass of GANS on the table, please? Because it's something we know. This is a recent development in the Innovation Center, and Vernie has been working on it. Vernie, could you enlighten us, please?
Yes, we have this GANS inside the container, and we put a coil, a nano-coated coil inside. We're able to, this setup is actually, we can say that we're now able to tap the energy from the GANS to any electrical system doing this way. And one thing that we should identify is what strength is our GANS inside the container. Is it more magnetical? Is it more gravitational? When we are able to identify that one, we can tap it to like on a positive battery and another container on a negative battery. And from that, from our understanding that plasma or magnetical will always connect with the gravitational, and the gravitational will always connect with the magnetical. From that understanding, we can apply GANS in a container and with nano-coated copper inside, and we are able to tap that energy and supply it or make it as a power supply for one line, like a magnetical or a gravitational.
Maybe Yes, so in a way, with what you have brought on the table, that,
Also,
pardon?
I want to share also that I was making the capacitors in my home, and I didn't have shirt because it was very hot. The weather was very hot, so I got burned my back. In the night when I plug the cube, when I connect the cube, like my skin was very sensitive. I was be able to feel the plasma fields. So
Can you,
when
can you please explain that again, please?
yeah, I was uh, I was making the capacitors, but I was working without shirt. So I got burned. My back was a little bit hurt with the sun. So my skin was very sensitive. So when I connect in the night when I got done and I connect again the cube, I was be able to feel the energy of the plasma. So I had to put a fan to have a less hot in my body because was I was feeling like I was burning inside of me. Not too very much, but was a little bit was more hot that I was be able to feel when my skin was sensitive. And I want to give you another testimonial because I have a argument with a person, and this person felt a energy that was going outside from the cube or was going to the was going from the cube, and uh, the person has the feeling to stop the the talk that we were having. So that was very impressed because the person was surprised because she said that she was be able to feel energy coming from the cube to stop the argument. So that proves also that you were talking about the interact with emotion also. And I have a teacher, I have a spiritual teacher that he got a device, and she told me she had the experience. She had a meeting with maybe 20 persons, and the environment was not very friendly. So she was having a plasma device with her. So she was talking about the plasma device, and she told me that she was very sure that the plasma device interact with the motion of the group because after the we were working with the plasma device, all the behavior was friendly.
Can I add to this? Maybe this goes back to what Ali brought up with Donald Trump. Carry plasma reactors to his meetings, and we will see if we change the man. Maybe he finds the peace, another option on the table of the discussions than fighting he creates. So if you're Keshe Foundation supporters, as I said before, put plasma reactors in your pocket and go to the meeting and change the environment. Maybe we change the man. I'm sure we'll change the man. This is what I said. You're confirming what we said. We changed the man without him knowing why is he carrying a gun. Maybe the gun of the world will change. But I want to give you a piece of information. Benjamin is not there to share. What was happening now in Ghana is that in the ganses they are producing, they see a huge, what's happening here now? They see, hold on, I went somewhere else. Everybody's online. Who's online? Can we stop this? I've lost the screen. Yeah, now you're there. Okay, we're back here. So what it is that they are adding a starch into their ganses. And they are seeing a huge change of energy production. A starch in a way has the parameters of the carbon and hydrogen, like a CH3. So what has come out of the development in Ghana and the development which Benjamin is involved in, if he was online, he could have explained to us how they came up with this conclusion, and he uses it very effectively. So what they do in a gas nano-coated, as we do in the factory, we add a small amount of NaOH to our GANs, which guarantees the production of coating if you have any blessed or anything happens with the nano coating, because you carry part of NaOH in your mixture of GANs coating, it continually resurfaces itself. So you can never, that's why we said we brought in new generation of the power units, because this new generation can never be damaged. If they scratch on the transport or transportation, once you use it, after a few days, the moisture of the environment in the box will create a new system, so systems cannot fail. And this allows us to work better. But we've been adding a small amount of sugar or CH3 into our gases when we were coating. But the development with Ghana is much easier. You add a little bit of a starch, you guarantee that the starch itself, because NHO is there, is continually produces a gas of hydrogen available for energy release. So your power systems become much more powerful, your systems become much more powerful. I want to go back to something which our friend just showed us. He showed us the GANs of tomato. Tomatina, he calls it in the Spanish. The tomato, according to the research, we see a huge reduction in the number of prostate cancers in Italy and in the Italian community compared to the rest of the world. One of the reasons for this is when you cook tomato at the skin level, chemists can explain to you more, but this is my understanding and what I've used and it works. It creates a chemical effect that interacts and is beneficial for a prostate and prostate cancer. So what is important is if you are helping or developing the technology for a medical application, try to produce a GANs of a tomato, cooked tomato with the skin, that you can replicate the plasma energy of the tomato, that in the specific reactors or rings you make, the coils you make, that energy can be used specifically coils for prostate cancer. We've seen changes. I've seen how it works, and it's correct. So, as I said, when the knowledge comes on, we share. So, those of you who heckling and tackling with prostate cancer, or you know people with a prostate cancer, test this because it worked. It has worked. I've done that with a actually man of medicine with a huge prostate cancer due to be operated to remove his prostate. He delayed it by about 10 weeks using the system, and then they couldn't even find a prostate cancer anymore. He came back and said, "Take your systems. I don't need them anymore." You remember? He is one of the health people who helped us with the coma patient. He saw the process with the coma and he said, "I have a prostate cancer." I said, "No problem, I built your system." And after a few weeks, he called me. They were supposed to operate on him on Tuesday morning, he had to go in the hospital on Monday to do a check what they're going to do because his friends are all doctors. They want to do a small biopsy to see what they got, how far it's gone. And he called me Monday afternoon and says, can you come to my surgery urgent? I went there in a cubicle. He opened and says, take your rubbish. I don't want your system. I said, why? He says, they can't even find the cancer. There's no need for the operation. So we know it works. So if you're hackling and tackling with prostate cancer, present knowledge tells us we understand the work of the plasma in the gans of the body in respect to the prostate is the energy, the plasmatic energy of tomato affects the structure plasmatic when it's absorbed in the stomach as a gans, which is imbalanced with your prostate cancer, certain prostate cancers. So those of you who are medically orientated and you want to build, we know from the research done over years that if you can use and then produce a gans of a cooked tomato with the skin, in that cooking, there is a layer in the skin of the tomato, the way I understand, which is in balance with the balancing of the emotion of the prostate. And it works. I have tested it. Maybe you can test and bring some knowledge to us in the coming time, where you can see within weeks the prostate cancer literally has a different dimension to it. How are we going to get rid of this? It's too many of my bald head. Nope. You geniuses, there we are. So, thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with us. And it's beautiful what you have made.
Thank you to you.
Thank you indeed. Come back to us. It'll be very nice. The way you build your box that you can adjust the position of your reactors and the cores, it gives it a lot of new dimensions of potential to use it for different things. It's very nice. Thank you very much for the knowledge. Anything else? Rick?
Mr. Keshe?
Yes?
This is Rodrigo from the United States. I would like to show you my health unit, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Can I share the...
You have to share the screen.
Go ahead and do share screen on the bottom.
Thank you, Rick.
Set up beforehand. Okay,
Okay.
that's your video.
Yes.
Okay, we've got that spotlighted. We can see your setup. Nice.
Okay, I can't see it. Let's just wait. I've lost
Yes.
it.
I wonder how many people made this thing.
Ah, okay. Plastic pipes have become very popular, huh?
Yep.
You started it. It's very light.
Yes, it's very handled. See the top, everything at the bottom.
Yeah.
And all this device can we remove this set of coils. They are fixed. There's two fixed on different ones. This is the one who has the batteries. This doesn't want. When you said also that we have to remove some of the coils, I built this one. It's a box, and I remove out of the box.
This is beautiful.
Remove this, and then I can remove also the every coils from whatever I want.
This is fantastic.
And then not to order to damage or scratching, I create this box. So I put this coils inside the box, and protect it.
This is genius. Actually, what you've done is practically genius because you can change the nano coating for different diseases and just insert it for that disease. This is brilliant.
Thank you very much. I have friends that help me, like Wayne. I have to name Wayne, Nico, and Mel, and Angela is the people that helped me to build all this. And this is a helmet. I told you 2 weeks ago that I have to find a way to rotate the coils. Yeah. I posted on the Facebook I sent it to rig, and so we can rotate this every coil, whatever we want.
This is brilliant.
And we can remove those coils, or put them back, or move and rotate whatever we want. Rotate all of them, remove just the center, remove the outside. We can do anything we want. This is all the coils are made of nano-coated copper. And I'm about to build, there was a new one I'm waiting for the zinc wire that I finally found it, a company who can willing to build it, because there's no 100% or 98% zinc in the market, so they're gonna build it for me. And I'm gonna build this helmet using only zinc. And here to see on the bottom is the container with seawater, but it's all protected, this frame, and the plexiglass protected, so no one will kick it and remove it. And I have all the connections here, the pens, all the connections we want. And it's incredible now that people have shared the experience of energy. I remember when the first time you taught us, when we were in front of a jack device and feeding ourselves using the device, and you said that we had to give before we receive. So this is the incredible experience. If I go inside this device, I feel a little energy. But if before I go to this device and I address this, I don't know, it's an entity, it's super consciousness, something going on, because when I address it as an entity, it's an energy. Actually, I start receiving the energy.
Thank you very much.
Without going inside, I receive energy inside. Pardon me? No, and so if I go inside, if I give love to this energy and give gratitude because it's coming to us to change ourselves, to bring balance to your body, and then go inside and ask for peace, I feel a wave of energy that lasts between 30 seconds to 1.5 minutes. And then I feel I again ask for peace to my body. First ask for peace, then ask for love to my body. And every time that I ask, it comes a wave of energy to my body. And then I can ask whatever without using the helmet, just being inside. And I wanted to, if I ask, bring the energy to any part of my body, I feel incredible, all the energy at that spot of the body that I want. And I have had so many people come in and so many beautiful experiences, all the people. And I want to share something incredible. One lady who came outside says, I want to come to your home because I see a plasma, a field, an octagonal shape of your house. That happened 2 months ago. And she says, I see just that bubble of octagonal bubble of energy around your house. It was okay, said, okay, we were working on this energy. But then she came a week ago and she said, I'm going to show you his drawing. I don't know if you can see them. He says, I see this, now there's the same energy around your house, but now affect your neighbor's house, and I see a connection with your house, with the neighbor house, and another one. And it goes through all the houses towards the mountain here. So it's covering all the neighbors' houses, that bubble of energy. And also she said, and it's creating those little bubbles, 9 bubbles or octagonal shapes of energy going towards the other house. And then she saw this formula in the sky, the H2O, CH3, and NCO, nitrogen carbon. She saw that. So it's incredible what's happening all around this neighborhood. And I was lucky to live in a place that are open-minded people, and they all want to come and feel the experience, and everyone have feel. I mean, they bring balance to emotions, to problems in the body, etc. It's a different, incredible experience that I have had with people. But also I have some patients that I want to discuss to you. I don't know if it's the time today or another day or another sessions, but I have some patients. I'm a doctor, so I have especially 2 severe cases that I want to discuss to understand exactly.
You're a medical doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Let me add to the knowledge of this beautiful thing you made.
Yes.
This system you have in front of you, can I annotate? Rick, can you allow me to use my pen on the screen? How do I do it?
I think we would have to take a screenshot of it in order to annotate. We can do that. I could do that though, to set that up.
Can we please stay online? This is important for what you're doing. This is the addition to the knowledge. You made a beautiful frame. Now, you have to add to this frame. The bottom part, where you see now at the bottom, can we share a screen? Can we go on the camera, please? Who's controlling the camera? Can we share the camera, please? Because
yes, I will start mine.
No.
Okay. I'm not touching.
I need to share my camera that I can show your pictures on the screen. Okay, yeah, that's the one I need. Okay, we are here. What is interesting is now you have covered the top end of the body. You need to add a section to the leg part.
I already built it.
Okay, I tell you how it's going to be.
Yes.
I'll show you my thought because this is what I built before and it's very important.
Mr. Keshe, you can use annotate tool. You can use the annotate tool.
Annotate is there. Okay, yeah, okay. Now, what is important to, can I pull this up?
I have on my garage the other frame that I'm building.
Okay, let's add to the knowledge. It'll be nice for you to bring it on. You need a unit here.
Yeah.
A unit facing on the other side. This unit has to have a specific structure. It cannot be 2. It has to be, if I can draw it here, I got to thicken the size of the pen. Let's see, I can go this way. Okay, this is the board you make. The system for the leg has to be this way. You have to have 3, not 2.
Perfect.
The system for the leg has to have 3 layers in a way that what you do, especially like in the cancer cases, the problem is that the lymph is too energized, is too big. You need to reduce the strength of the lymph. So the outside coils of yours facing each other has to be magnetical, which means they take the energy away from the lymph outside the bone. Your center ones has to be gravitational, which means what you do, you bring energy once the lymph crosses the bone and becomes part of the bone marrow. Now you energize it, that it increases the immune system. This is very important. I've done this. We are working with the doctors with a special case with chemotherapy in Germany, and it works.
And so, do I connected the bottom to the top?
You can keep it connected. There is no problem. No, you cannot connect the outside to the inside.
Perfect.
So what you got to do, you've got to crease your coils outside, which means if you look, if I can go on the camera, what it does is, can you bring the camera forward, please? No, just zoom it in. It's the maximum. So what in fact it is, come here. I can use you as a guinea pig. Come, Giovanni, come here. I can use as a guinea pig because it's easier to explain. what it is. Can you share the screen on our camera, please? Rick? Okay, we are on the Keshe Foundation camera. Can you see Giovanni? Hello?
Rodrigo.
Yes, yes.
Can you see Giovanni? Can we have Giovanni online? Okay. What it is, what you see here, outside is a tissue muscle. In the center is the bone. What happens with chemotherapy is that the lymph gets energized too big that it cannot cross the bone inside. So what you do, you take the energy from to bring it at the strength of what it needs to cross, and then when it comes in the bone marrow, you energize the bone marrow to add to the immune system. In a way, you allow the body itself to create its own protection. And once that habit comes in, you find out there is no need further for chemotherapy. So the structure which I showed you, on the outside, you take energy and you make sure your system stays in line, especially with femur. With femur here, you have a very big bone. So you take energy from it because the stomach, when you have your, what do you call it? The energy absorbed from the stomach or intestine into the lymph, it goes to be absorbed by the bone to become the, what you call your amino acid in a way of DNA. Your DNA is produced from it, and then it goes, attaches itself to the strength of the amino acid. It matches the DNA for defense of the body. So what you do, I'm going to share the screen. Thank you very much. Thank you. So what you need to do is you make a system that is very much, I have this system downstairs. I can show you. It's very easy to make. So this is the bone. This is the bone inside. And this is your bone marrow in the center. What happens in the lymph? The lymph sizes are very big because of the energy which chemotherapy delivers. This is the problem with chemotherapy. The size of the cell to go through is about this size. You see the size difference? So it cannot go through the cavities and the holes of the bone. So you need to create a triple layer system that outside the bone structure, you take away the energy, that the size of the lymph reduces to small enough that can go through the bone. And then in the process of going through the bone, it mixes the condition with the phosphor. The phosphor, the majority of the phosphor in your body sits in your bone marrow, in your bone. So it adds wherever the bone marrow, the lymph, adds to itself a phosphor, that cell going through the body, through the bone, becomes your DNA. And by the time it comes to lymph, then it becomes your amino acid with a full DNA structure in what your brain adds to it in a way of completing DNA at the top of the bone. For by the sucking of the blood vessels go here, they suck this up, change its characteristics according to the NGR. This becomes your T cells and B cells. So when you build a system, you need to build a system to, in a way, extract plasmatic energy at the point outside the bone, and then once in the bone, you have to add. Remember, very simple thing about the magnets. Two north poles add energy. Two opposite poles is not that they push each other away, it's the field forces. You want to take energy, you take two south poles, you take energy away. So this is how you have to set these. In face of the other one, you have these two of these plates, huh? One is in the front and one in the other side of the leg, and your leg is inside here. So this is two systems. This with this parallel has to match. So then the way you set up, you go how you give gravitational to magnetical, magnetical to gravitational, and then remember the transition. When you want energy just to flow, you make it exit to entry.
Where do I put the batteries, plasma batteries?
The batteries always comes from one side to the other. It has to be, it doesn't make any difference. Try to make it from the back of the body to the front. Do not go from side to side of the leg. Do not go between the two legs. The way you have your structure is perfect. If when you set up these coils for energy, always remember this. You want to add energy, you use two north poles. You add energy, you concentrate it, you push it in because it has nowhere to go except to be absorbed. If you want to reduce energy in your plasma, in your systems, you put two south poles, which means you extract energy because the south poles are where the fields go through. And when you want to just create a passive field to go through and take with it in the way you want to wash a cell, you use north to south, back to front. Exit with exit gives you power. Entry with entry gives you drainage. Entry, exit to entry gives you a flow. This is how I set all my systems for years. When you set a cup, you do the same. But now you have helped the body. You have the system for upper part. The upper part, every bone creates its own bone marrow. It creates its own immune system. That's why we have a bone structure. So, but majority for the total immune system comes from your femur. So you need two of these units on both legs. Very small, long units. I usually use a very small system like this, very long ones, and I allow, can you share the screen, please? Can you have the camera?
Yes.
Rick, can you allow me to have the camera, please?
Yeah, just a second here. You should have the camera there now, right? Okay, sure. Just that.
Am I on the camera?
You're on video there now, yes.
Okay, so what we do is that I place a strong number of cores here and here, and I place right, not in line. Never put them in line, because then you produce a different system. You make your other system, if these two are here, your absorber should be here. The next set here, you put that in the middle. That they interact with each other, and these interact with each other. So when you put this one on the front and one on the back, you strengthen the bone marrow while you're reducing the energy from the chemotherapy chemicals, which energize. This is that's why I support chemotherapy, because I've developed this knowledge and I can support the leg. And I can give you 2 years of blood test results which confirms the correctness of the technology. And once your T cells and B cells and the rest come into operation, you do this, then the body learns to do with itself, and then you'll find out the immune system of the body controls everything itself. You don't need to worry about the secondary cancers and the rest of it. It's a beautiful system what you made. Would you like to share the camera? You can take over.
Yes, actually, this is my drawing for the next one.
Just let me see. Yeah. You need the bottom part.
Yes, so at the bottom, like, can I use only, in order to put almost 18 gauge wire instead of 14?
You can use anything. The size of the gauge of the matter doesn't matter.
So this is the
It's
one.
the field.
This is the way you say this, like this.
Yes, perfectly correct.
So this.
Try. Let me explain to you. Try to cut this system in the middle. Have two separate systems. Don't have two systems for the same leg, for the same, what do you call it? Cut them in two halves. Yeah.
Yes, this is for one leg. This is another for another leg.
Yeah. Separate it because you'll find out all the legs are not the same.
Perfect.
You need to adjust it. If you have children with a bone marrow, this system works very effective for child leukemia. Extremely effective for child leukemia. Because what you do, the problem with child leukemia is the lack of red blood cells. Now you strengthen the bone marrow starts producing the instructions for the code to produce. I've used it, it's actually very effective, especially for that kind of, what do you call it, cancers.
Okay, I need you help this for this lady who's been coming just to use that the machine, but she is 38 years old who had 2007 breast cancer and had just a lipectomy, us removing just a tissue who had the cancer, and then went to chemotherapy. 2013, she got pregnant, and after the pregnancy, she had a baby, and she found out that she had a metastasis to the right hip, and she had a hip replacement, and also hysterectomy because they found an ovaries cancer, and now she has metastases, tumors in the frontal lobe, right frontal lobe, right frontal temporal, right temporal lobe, and right occipital lobe, and right cerebellum. She's coming every day just to feel the energy. She's on a chemotherapy and she's out of energy. But when she comes here in the field, she feels so great, energized. But I haven't been able to figure out how to use the helmet to help on the brain tumors.
Okay. The way you got to do it, you got to understand the process. What has happened you're a doctor, I don't need to explain. The tumor, the cancer cell has traveled up the spinal cord into the brain, through the liquid of the spinal cord. So what it is, because it's appeared in the brain, it gives you a very clear indication. Your cancer has found zinc connection, that he has attached itself to the neurosystem. Most of the neurosystem support comes through the zinc. So you have more or less 80% what I call the energy source. What you got to do is to produce one of the coil systems you made for the helmet, nano-coat them with the zinc, which is of the same, and put them on the reverse polarity. Do not put them on the magnetical. You have to put them on the gravitational. All of them have to be gravitationally connected. So what you do, you just connect your gravitational system and you connect your magneticals into a zinc. What you do, you take the energy from the zinc. If that's the process, you have to GANS code with zinc on the spinal line, which means you take the energy out of the zinc before it becomes up. This explains very much why it started from breast, very much why it's gone to the womb, because these are all emotional point of contacts of the reproduction. And the only solution at such a late stage is to deplete the zinc from energy. We see this with people with a mobile phone cancer with a tumor, brain tumor. So what you need to do is to zinc coat your system, helmet.
But I need zinc wire, or just put zinc.
Zinc GANS is enough.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, and so make sure you don't carry any CH3 or CO2 with this.
I got it.
The CH3 would energize the cancer. and it works in the opposite way. So you have to connect your energy supply to your gravitational line entry and take the energy from magnetical, but you have to make sure it's the same with all, because the cancer has gone everywhere. You literally deplete the brain from energy to the zinc. It might, there's a possibility that it might bring, for a short while, emotional depression.
Okay.
Very short while, but you can handle it. It'll pass. You need the first couple of weeks, you might say emotional depression, but don't worry about it. Just carry on through with it, and then the body will find its new balance.
Okay, I had my helmet here, so I changed the coils for zinc this side, because this is all the left side, the right side. So this is going to be the right side. Magnetical here and gravitational here. No, I'm sorry, gravitational here and magnetical here to remove.
No. All the center coils of every single one, you make gravitational. You connect first to gravitational. And all the coils with all your set, the magnetical one you connect to the zinc. You made a versatile system. In a way, most probably, by adjusting the gravity, the way you made a twisted, what do you call it, reactor changing and twisting the gravity, by just twisting the gravity with the gravitational loop, you can adjust to the zinc with the same power supply. So all you need to position them all in a given position, connect the wire supply. With this, do not use what do you call it, power, the Magrav unit. With this, use a very light plasmatic GANS battery supply. Maybe 4 should be enough for the whole system.
With all due respect, can you draw in and you board how to
connect it? Okay. Can I share my screen, please?
Yes.
I go back on the. Where is it going?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate all this.
Welcome. We are here to serve. This is a knowledge I gained over years. It's free to share. What you need to do, you have your inner core and you have your outer core. And then you have the inner core, the gravitational core of each one. Yeah? We put the gravitational in the center. What you got to do, you have to make a connection from your battery into the gravitational, and do not connect this set to this set, but connect the magnetical of this one to the zinc salt. Do not connect. Especially with the brain disease, there should be no connection between this and this.
Got it.
In a Magrav power supply, we take then the gravitational, when it comes out, we connect to this one here. This you cannot do. You feed, and the energy balance which goes between the coils, gravitational only works with the gravitational of the other helmet, and the magnetical works with magnetical. Because as you saw with our Mexican friend, the field forces cross barriers. They just travel the space between the coils. So you need to connect it this way. Do not connect. The health units look the same as the medical, the power units, but in specific cases, a small variation makes a huge difference. We are extracting. Extracting means you want to increase the gravitation to come out. But when you brought it out, the field themselves will cross to magnetical, and the magnetical will dump the energy. You have to deplete energy from the brain cells. 100%, 99%, 100%, you will see some depression. Don't worry about it at all.
How long do I use it a day?
You need at least 3 or 4 times a day, 45 minutes, an hour. You have to do it for 1 hour. Leave it for 3 or 4 hours for the brain to learn. You put another, you leave the body to learn. That's why you take it out. You don't need to use it all the time. You have to introduce it, and then the way the brain learns to create cancer, it learns to bring the balance. You have to leave it. You have to give it itself a chance to develop the cognition. It's a very late stage. This is extremely late. Chance of survival, 5%, 10%, no more. Very late. Once it goes in the spinal cord, this is the problem, how to do it. The other way you can do is strengthen the what do you call it? Make the coil for the leg and energize it with CO2. So the leg ones need the nano coating with the zinc, with the CO2, but you don't add zinc into the leg system, because otherwise you feed back again and the cancer grows.
Perfect. I'm going to work on this.
Please let me know, because I've done a lot of work. It took me years to find out, and that's why I support the chemotherapy. The problem is that the immune system, due to chemotherapy in the bone, in the femur, is gone. There is a very interesting point. If you look at the skull, the skull is not solid. The skull itself has a layer. Yeah? And the liquid which comes from the skin of the skull into the skull, in that layer, lymph is passed through to create the calcium which sinks into the center of the body, becomes part of the brain cell. What you got to do is the skull brain, the bone is exactly like the femur. It has an intermediary section which is the bone marrow of the skull. It creates its own amino acid. You can use in a very specific way CO2 GANS, what do you call it, packages, like the pads, in a helmet. Stick it inside the helmet and let the lady wear. That allows, because the way the brain works, the way we produce brain cells is this way. If this is your brain, if this is the brain inside, this amino acid is exactly the same structure as the bone. As it comes through to drop off, then it sinks in to become part of the brain. You can dictate this change. So you can give her a helmet with a CO2 patch built inside it collectively to increase the production of the amino acid immune system of the brain. This skull, this bone creates its own amino acid, which is only applicable to the brain. It's no good in your lung or anywhere else. So you have to strengthen the amino acid of the immune system of the skull, which sits in a very thin layer. If you cut a bone of the skull, you don't see solid, very solid. You see more or less miniature structure of the bone marrow when you take a cross section. So in this process, you need to increase the immune system of the brain. And the only way you can do, you put a patch, CO2 patches around the helmet, and what you do, you literally increase. You're doing the same thing as you did in the leg. Yeah?
Yes.
But this way, you allow the own immune system, which is matching the immune system of the brain, to start changing the condition. You use the helmet maybe for 2 or 3 hours a day, no more, but in sections that the brain allows. You have to create a 2 different dilution of the CO2 helmet. One is very strong, powerful, and one very weak. The strong, powerful one, it'll wash through the blockage. Because one of the reasons brain cells cannot support to defend themselves at this level is because they are depleted of receiving the immune system from the skull. So what you got to do is to wash these blocked channels. It has the same effect. It comes from chemotherapy. It blocks these holes of the brain, the skull of the man. So you have to use a powerful one to wash it, and then you use a weak one to feed it. And then you find out you open the channels. This takes about 3 months to do it properly, but at the stage you're telling me it's you have to give a lot of support to it. So you create the immune system. What happens, I've explained this in the teachings before, if you have missed it, is that if you look at the skull of the man, this is the skull itself, and then we put the brain inside it. If this is the brain, your brain cells are produced by calcium, including DNA and Na, dropping off into the liquid of the brain, and then they sink into the center. So you have to understand this process, and if you understand this, you can control the production of the brain cells in any part, because by putting a patch here, you dictate here. By putting a patch here, you dictate this one here. So with this new knowledge, we can control, even especially in the children's section where they are born with a lack of energy and part of the brain is not developed, and we see all sorts of misfunctions or disabilities. You can use this understanding to specify, condition the part of the brain which is not grown. And then you allow it to grow, and the child just walks out of disability. Because what was lack of oxygen did not allow it to produce. Now, with a simple patch, you allow this section, you specify, it's the right hand, the fingers, which is paralyzed or is twisted. You can use the same knowledge for the brain hemorrhage. When you have a brain hemorrhage, you support the section, which is the left side. You use exact position. We know where they are. You can support the growth of the cells, but with this process, you support the growth of the cells. So what you do, you allow more cells to be developed, to come into, and then the brain just goes back to its normality. Child walks, reads and writes, and the man with disability of the arm just walks away with nothing. This, what you can use, is very important. This has taken me some 20 years to develop, to understand fully, and in one session I can teach you a lot about it, because you have to understand how the process of the brain works. And you'll find out in a lot of cases, you have to bring a zinc support in the part of the emotion. In the center, you target it in a way with the helmet you have, that not only you bring CO2, you bring zinc dioxide, because now you support the emotional part of the brain. It's very important. You have to understand the totality of the structure of the creation of the man to be able to interact with it. So when you have emotional diseases like Alzheimer's, you support the emotional part with the zinc and CO2. You send the zinc. What you got to do, especially in Alzheimer's, if you look at the helmets I've made in the past, work this way. I drop in the supported element. It takes 2 months for it to get down. And then with the systems on the side, I target the emotion. So when they come in, they just continuously strengthen the emotion, and the emotion supported. Alzheimer's is not there, because Alzheimer's comes from the lack of emotion in distraction from the existence of the physicality.
Keshe?
Yes.
Yesterday I met a kid, 26-year-old. He was born short of oxygen and he's all atrophied. Can I do this with a couple of pads? With
Are you a doctor?
No.
So please get advice from a doctor.
Fine.
Advise, take a doctor on board who can understand the technology. This teaching is for doctors who understand. Do not go random because it can cause other problems.
Fine. Well, this kid is 26-year-old and he's lived on a bed all his life.
Yes, I understand, but let us develop the medical team which can support this. People just don't pick up random and do, and then you walk into other problems. We have to understand the total physiology of the man, not just because it's said and used. We teach in different languages for all the scientists and normal people who sit with us, but do not take one into the other. Excuse me, Dr. Rigors. If you can go back, can you show me your helmet, please?
Yes. Mr. Keshe, I just want to make a comment about people making the CO2 a pure CO2 when they don't want the zinc in the applicable parts of the machines.
Yes. I think we know that by now, Brett. He's very correct. Most of the time, if you make the high voltage transfer or a current between the plate, copper nano-coated, and the zinc, you produce zinc oxide. You have to add it to the load that the energy surface is reduced and you only produce CO2. So please go back into the teaching how to produce the pure CO2. Can you share your system with me, please?
Yes.
I posted all these photos of all this.
Yes. Now, what is important, what you got to see, is try to use the cups. Wow, where is it? Where is Mercury? I need to use it. Use the, Rick, can you give me for me to be able to follow?
Yeah, I can take a screenshot, Mr. Keshe, and then you can work with that to mark on it.
Okay, just get a screenshot. Can you hold that steady, please, for a second?
Yes.
That he can take a photo shot. Okay. Can I?
Just a second here. What's the best? I have to get it up as a picture. Just a second.
Yes. Which one? Starboard, hidden height, 1, 2, no. I don't see, Fabio is not here, it's okay. So what we see now is this. Wherever you see the tumor, use only that system which is connected to the tumor, nearest to the tumor. Do not use all the systems, because this way you can concentrate on, draw a drawing, take the CT scan of the brain if you have, or you can roughly know where it is, and adjust your systems according to that position. You have a benefit of swinging. You made yourself a beautiful system with a twitch. You can change your gravitational system. You can direct the field flow with your gravitational system being able to be rotating. So try to handle one at a time. If you can do it, that you just target the field of the point of the cancer. It's very easy to do. I've done it many times. If it was a solid magnet, which I use a very strong magnet on one end, put the GANS in the glue, and then I use a very weak. So I decide which part of the brain I want the effect to be. With you have advantage to twitch this, your coils, and this gives you a lot of versatility. You can change it. So it's fantastic what you made.
Thank you very much. I can do that. I understand.
If you want, Dr. Rodriguez, we have other doctors. We are talking about after 5th of May, we changed the 1 year course to 2 teaching courses to become to Tuesday morning. If it's okay with other doctors, you can make a team of doctors. We start teaching you privately in the Wednesday afternoons on the medical application. Like this, as a doctor, I can go in details with you that the public don't misread and they start doing things.
I do. I'll bring more doctors.
Yeah, if we can, we have doctors across. If you go to the webmaster, we set up a teaching specifically for the doctors because we can go case by case how to use the system, how to adjust the system. And when we open the medical center, hopefully in Middle East in the coming time, we can all move and make it the center of excellence for space medicine.
Excellent. It sounds fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much.
If you need any help, come to me through my private email. When you have the patient with you, we go online, I go case by case, and we can go through everything.
Thank you, appreciate it. I don't have your email.
It's right to the webmaster. Webmaster will give it to you. You'll forward it to me and I'll respond back to you. Write to webmaster@keshefoundation.org and then he will forward it to me and I'll contact you direct. Anytime you have a patient which you want to use the system, if you like us to discuss, I'm available, no problem.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for a beautiful work.
Thank you.
It's fantastic. Doctors and dentists, some of them are brilliant in making things. Thank you very much. Is there anything else we can share in the background? Or it's nearly 2 o'clock. We've been going for nearly 5 hours.
Mr. Keshe, this is Klaus. I got a briefly question to the gravitational setting you mentioned before, please.
Yes.
You said we should only connect the inner gravitational coil.
No. Let me explain.
Yeah, please. Could you repeat this?
For specific cases, you have to do specific jobs. You create extraction. This is what we call the extraction process of energy. Is not the normal double coil that you have to do things. This kind of setting is a special setting. With a solid magnet, I use a ring magnet inside the solid magnet or a ring magnet inside the ring magnet. Here, in the way I explain, is specific for a specific job, a specific cancer. You don't need this all the time. This is a special setting.
Yes. But for being flexible for all cases, it would be for the helmet, the best case really to address every single coil and connect them each other, depending the case of the patient.
In a way, yes, you can use the same knowledge for the body, but this case is very special. The tumor has become part of the amino acid of the what do you call it, the spinal liquid, and it's transferred itself up through the liquid of the spinal cord into the membrane. Then that's why this is a different case. As I said, you have to understand total physiology. You just make the systems. But when we use the system, it's different than making it. You have to specifically coordinate it for a specific job. The unit which is made by our American friends, which we will show in Dubai, hopefully if he arrives, he has built a digital control system for it. So we can control everything digitally power. But here you don't have that, so you're fixed. So we can create a flow to each section and add and decrease, and we can expand on it. Any other questions? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you indeed. We have to bring the people who are making these units and the people, doctors who use it together, that the doctors can become only the user, not to be spending time to produce it, but we have both to understand the evolution of medicine. In next term on, we try to put the teaching for the Wednesday afternoons, because the American time, most of the doctors can come online and the rest of the world is spends about the right time between 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Most of us are awake and we can work. Or sometime early in the morning, that we use one session for the medical and the other session will be for space technology, lift and motion. So we start teaching more or less space pilots in the coming weeks, that as we are approaching the lift, we understand how to control the flight system. So we're going very targeted teaching for specific subjects like health and motion after the 5th of May, whenever we come to it. It's become target teaching because we need it to be done. If you're a doctor and you want to be part of it, we have to arrange a position like doctors at Keshe Foundation or whatever bedmaster decides. We announce it, you register yourself, we check your credibility that you're officially a doctor, not just somebody who wants to be a doctor. And we train you, we support you, we explain, and it's up to you how to use the technology. Thank you very much. Anything else?
I think you've earned your keep today, Mr. Keshe.
Will I get paid?
Well, that's up to your faculties around you there.
We leave the blessing of the man to the soul of the man.
Yeah.
For today, thank you for sharing knowledge. Do not forget, if you want to use the system which we have brought in for total clinical trial on the lotion for cancer, for skin, or for different kind of skin problems, or you want to be using it if you're in a chemo, HIV, or you're an American soldier who's come out with a lot of different cocktail of poisons from different wars, we are there to put a hand of peace to you. Use the technology, approach us. We have put the cost at more or less 120 euro for supplements and the lotion or supplements or eye drop. We would like to see people who have cataract and have different kind of degenerative eye diseases to come forward to volunteer to see how we can take this. Scientific data from TEPCO, scientific data from laboratories in Japan confirm to us that this material is non-toxic the way we have used it. So you can go and register today till the license, till the emails are sent to you. Add to your order, this is my email, I want to be volunteer for chemo, for whatever, and then the team will send you the application form and we'll go ahead. We do not do anything out of the law of science. We try to establish a new law for the science of helping the man. So we do the clinical trial, totally all of us, to help the rest of us, and in time to teach us new dimensions in the space technology. Thank you very much for your day today. It was interesting to learn so much from people who brought their knowledge so freely. Thank you indeed.
Thank you once again, Mr. Keshe. Excellent. Okay, so that'll end it for the 108th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute for Thursday, April 7th, 2016. And once again, to everyone around the universe, thank you so much for attending. Okay, we'll
There's
end the live stream.
starting at 8 and it's starting in an hour.
Pardon me?
There's a Q&A session starting this in an hour.